invited them to an in-person recruitment day. Many have already purchased a flight and made hotel reservations. I mean, that is just cruel. One professor said in a faculty discussion listserv observed by STAT, I know Senator Murphy hangs out in faculty discussion listservs, that pause on admissions in psychology was lifted this week, STAT was told. Jennifer Unger, a professor who runs a doctoral program in health behavioral research in the Department of Population and Public Health Sciences at the University of Southern California Keck School of Medicine, said Wednesday she was still not able to admit the 6 graduate students for her department that had been accepted after a visit day on February 3rd. We had flown them out. We told them, we love you. We want to admit you. And then everything just stopped, Unger said. On the day Donald Trump announced they were cutting indirect costs, USC paused all PhD admissions. I just don't know what to tell them, Unger said to the students. Some of them have their offers and will likely go somewhere else. We've probably lost them. Despite USC's unpausing of all admissions in many departments, Unger said Wednesday she was still not able to admit students. She hoped her portal of admit students would open soon, but said this disruption was coming at a time when her field, public health, was already reeling from the actions of the Trump administration, something affecting potential graduate students as well. It's very stressful for them. This is a major life decision, she said. Adding, they were already worried about their futures. They were asking, quote, do you think we'll be able to get jobs in this environment? Do you think we'll get grants? The dean of the graduate school at USC told STAT late Friday that the universities briefly paused PhD admissions to assess the uncertainties around federal funding, but that the admissions process was now open. Some schools, though, were continuing to accept students or had accepted graduate students before the recent turmoil and said that offers were there intact. We have no knowledge of any disruptions to graduate student admissions in the science fields, Rachel Zentz, Senior Director of Communications, said. In some cases, the pauses in hirings and admissions were implemented ahead of the NIH policy change. Evidence of how quickly the Trump administration's threats to withhold federal research dollars over diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are shifting the financial footings of universities. On February 6th, faculty at Vanderbilt University were instructed to reduce graduate admissions by half across the board, according to an email obtained by STAT. Reduce graduate admissions by half. On the same day, the faculty at the University of Washington School of Public Health received an email to pause offers to doctoral students, as well as offers of financial support to graduate students. Faculty hiring was also frozen, the email said. This Tuesday, the public health school sent out another email informing the community that some faculty hiring and PhD students would continue, some, but at a greatly diminished level. The school is also planning to take more cost containment measures, including a hiring freeze, a reappointment freeze, through the end of the academic year, due to the volatility caused by the Trump administration. Existing offers will be honored, wrote Hillary Goodwin, Dean of the University of Washington School of Public Health. Marion Pepper, chair of UW's immunology department, said she was instructed by the university leadership to keep her program's next generation cohort smaller than the usual 5 to 9 students admitted each year. That's easier said than done, because the proportion of students who accept offers of admissions varies year to year. Pepper told STAT that while she expects the incoming class to be slightly smaller than usual, she has spoken with program heads at UW and elsewhere who are reducing class sizes by half or more. I know for other programs, they're feeling bleak about how they're going to keep labs running without funding or students, Pepper said. It's pretty overwhelming. medical schools are hit hard. Medical research hit hard. It's unclear how many other universities are taking similar preemptive belt tightening measures, but schools of public health and medical schools are particularly vulnerable because they tend to have many faculty postdocs and graduate students supported by grants. Boston University School of Public Health has also ordered an across-the-board hiring freeze on all new faculty and staff positions, including student workers and postdocs. In a campus-wide announcement, Dean ad interim Michael Stein said the move was being made due to the uncertainty of the moment. A spokesperson for the school told STAT that the graduate admissions are unaffected by the freeze. Unger said USC had cut funding for some teaching assistants in their department early in the year, before the executive orders, which would reduce the number of graduate students in her program from 10 to 6. On February 11th, Columbia's University Medical School faculty were told that the school was putting a temporary pause on hiring as well as other activities like travel and procuring equipment, according to an email obtained by the Columbia student newspaper, the Columbia Spectator. A spokesperson for Columbia declined to comment on the pause. In other cases, schools may accept fewer graduate students than they had planned, not because of an overt directive from university leaders, but because faculty feel unsure about the future given the Trump administration's intent to cut billions of dollars in overhead funding. At the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, 25% fewer graduate students will be admitted this year, 25% fewer, based on a survey of faculty members taking new students, said Mark Pilfer, a professor in cell biology there. That means the school will admit about 75 students across the biomedical sciences. He noted the number of graduate students vary each year, so the decline was not unprecedented as the numbers continue to go down. In an interview with STAT, Robert Farms, the director of UNC's Lineberger Comprehensive Cancer Center, said the hiring freezes, fewer PhD students, and other similar cost containment measures are being considered as the center is eyeing the same financially turbulent waters of other research institutions. Every one of these things is on the table, unfortunately, Farris said. There's so much uncertainty. Can we hire this faculty member? Can we purchase this equipment? They just don't know exactly what or how many measures the center has to take, he said, as there are simply still too many unknowns. For instance, the outcome of the NIH indirect rate cut policy is still up in the air, not knowing how it's going to shake out. It just freezes everybody into inaction. Adding to the uncertainty is disruptions to key parts of the National Institute of Health approval process for proposed grants. Although some meetings of study sections in which grant applications are reviewed resumed at the start of the month, meetings of advisory councils have not. Each of the 27 institutes of the National Institute of Health have its own advisory council, which meets 3 times a year to issue final recommendations on new research projects. None of these councils, none, have met since January 22nd. Communications freezes were ordered across all health agencies. A law called the Federal Advisory Committee Act requires that advisory councils post meeting details in the Federal Register 15 days prior to their scheduled date. But because submissions to the Federal Register have been put on hold indefinitely, these meetings can't take place. And without these meetings, no new grants can be funded. According to one NIH employee, at least one NIH meeting scheduled for this Friday to allow an institute director to provide updates that could proceed because it has been posted to the Federal Register was nonetheless canceled Wednesday. This was because the meeting was specified it would include a session open to the public. But because a ban remains in place on any public communications, meetings with open sessions cannot be held. And they can't update the Federal Registry with a revised agenda stating no open session because the Federal Registry is closed. Principal investigators who had been counting on awards to pay the salaries of new graduate students and postdocs are now left wondering if their labs will be able to make it through the summer, let alone take on new members. Referencing the hold on submissions To the Federal Register, MIT neuroscientist Nancy Canwisher proposed on social media Wednesday, "So much for the grant I submitted last September, which was supposed to be reviewed last week. Hardly the biggest tragedy on the current scale of things, but it will force me to severely downsize my already small lab." Fears were similar for one computational genomics researcher at a prominent East Coast institution who asked for anonymity for fear of being targeted by the Trump administration. "We have people coming to visit the lab next week, and these are students we haven't made offers to yet because we can't. I don't know what I'm going to tell them." Beyond the immediate harm to young scientists, he worries about the long-term damage to fields like computer science and biomedical engineering, areas where the U.S. has long been the world leader. "If we stop training students, we're going to lose the lead very quickly," he said. "It's not clear anyone else is going to pick up the ball. We're just going to be worse off and people won't even be aware of it. It's hard to notice when it takes 20 years instead of 10 to get a cure." Cuts within the NIH are also adding to the rapidly constricting pool of places prospective scientists can go and train. Since the 1960s, the NIH has provided opportunities for recent college graduates to spend 1 or 2 years in a full-time research position within one of the institute's labs, which many scientists see as a key tool for recruiting young people into biomedical fields. On February 1st, a notice appeared on the NIH website announcing that all training programs had paused recruitment, pending guidance from Health and Human Services. The NIH post-bac program, which provides recent college graduates with research positions in career advising, and last year admitted roughly 1,600 people, will not be accepting any new applicants for 2025, according to an NIH employee who asked for anonymity for fear, of course, that's my ad, of repercussions. It's a vital link in the training of doctors and biomedical scientists in the country. The NIH employee said, "You can't find a medical school or a biomedical program that doesn't have students from the post-bac program." And it's ended. While the Trump administration may be hoping that the headwinds in creating for academic hiring may push recent graduates or newly minted PhDs into the private industry, it's unlikely to play out that way because of the speed and scale of the disruption. Pharmaceutical firms are not going to suddenly open up more jobs for graduates to adapt to this situation, said Ding. More likely is that people will start looking for opportunities outside the United States or wind up without jobs altogether. At this point, it's still too early to say if these are the first signs of losing a generation of scientists. But even people like Ding, who track the data that could provide clues about how extensive the damage will be, are facing uncertainty about their ability to continue their own work. Her plan to hire a postdoc are currently on hold as she waits to find out if a grant she has through the National Science Foundation, which is facing its own dramatic cuts, will come through. I mean, honestly, I'm here because I said at the beginning, some 9 hours ago, that I was going to stand here because what is going on in America is not normal. We've gone through healthcare cuts. We've gone through Social Security. Named for a grand wizard of the KKK named the Edmund Pettus Bridge. We got here because they marched. We got here because they were beaten. We got here because they bled, and I may know one or two of the people on that bridge. I may know one of the two of their names, but I am in this body because of them. How did we get here, America? We got here because of people whose names I don't know, who fought at Seneca Falls. How did we get here? Because of people whose names I don't know, who stood at Stonewall. We got here because of people's names I don't know, who were there at Selma. This is the answer to your question. This is an American moral moment. This is the question of where do we stand for health care? Where do we stand for Social Security? Where do we stand for VA benefits? Where do we stand for our American neighbor when the call and commandment of every faith in our land is to love your neighbor? What is the quality of our love, America? Now is the time to get angry, but let that anger fuel you. Now is your time to get scared for what's happening to your neighbors and let that fear bring about your courage. Now is your time to stare at despair and say you will not have the last word, because I'm going to stand up and at least I can give one person hope in this country. Can I give one person hope in this country? And so what do I want from my fellow Americans? Do better than me. Do better than we in this body. We are flawed and failed people. I see people showing up at our town halls yelling at us, Democrat and Republican, do more. How are you letting this happen? Well, I hate to tell you, we're doing all that I can think of. This is why I'm standing here, to try to give voice to those people. But what is more needed for now is less people sitting on the sidelines, less people being witnesses of American history, and more people determined to make it, to make history, to call to the conscience of this nation, to say, I will not stand for another American to lose their health care for a billionaire. I will not stand for another veteran who's dedicated to stopping the suicide of other veterans to lose their job. I won't stand for the air quality in my community to be made worse because they're letting polluters pollute more. I won't stand for the collective assaults on the Constitution by a man who even the highest judge in our land, a Republican-appointed judge, said, stop threatening and bullying other branches of government. When is it going to be enough? My voice is inadequate. My efforts today are inadequate to stop what they're trying to do. But we, the people, are powerful. We are strong. We have changed history. We have bent the arc of the moral universe. And now is that moral moment again. It's the moral moment again. God bless America. We need you now. God bless America. If you love her, if you love your neighbor, if you love this country, show your love. Stop them from doing what they're trying to do. For almost 20 hours, we have laid out what they're trying to do. 20 hours. I want to stand more, and I will, but I'm begging people, don't let this be another normal day in America. Please, God, don't let them take Medicaid away from 10, 20, 30, or 40 million Americans who desperately need it. Don't let them do it. I will yield to my dear friend who I owe an apology. At the last hours of your birthday, as I was preparing for this, I realized that we have a special bond. Before I yield, I want to tell this guy.
The senator was discussing...
Hold on. I yield, but I retain the right to the floor. So I yield, but I retain the right to the floor.
I want to ask some questions about veterans in this country, but before I do so, you talked a lot about courage.
Yes, sir.
And how the world has been changed by people of courage. And I looked down at my tie that I have on today.
Yes.
Which has the signers of the Declaration of Independence. And we think of that as a sacred document, an important document in our history, but these people had the courage to put their lives on the line for a radical idea that people could govern themselves and that we could be independent of a monarch. And they were putting their lives on the line. That's courage. And I'm afraid we have people around here, Senator, who won't put their jobs on the line for the idea of America, for our Constitution, for the guarantees that are provided in the Constitution, for the First Amendment, for the structure of the Constitution, for the independence and separation of powers, which is what provides the protection, the essential protection for our freedoms. But let me ask a question about veterans. We had a hearing this morning in the Veterans Affairs Committee. We were hearing nominees. And I commented that here we are mostly voting on nominees in this extraordinary, historic time as if everything is normal. What I said in the committee this morning was, we're playing Nearer My God to Thee on the deck of the Titanic. And we're talking about all these nominees and all these votes that we're having and not talking about what's happening to our country. And in terms of veterans, here's what's happening. Number one, every time the guy with the chainsaw takes so much pleasure in firing people, if you hear about 1,000 people fired in this government, chances are over 300 of them are veterans. 30% of the federal workforce are veterans. In the VA, I suspect it's even a higher number. So what's happening in the Veterans Administration? The first thing that happened was a hiring freeze. And the hiring freeze affected everybody in the Veterans Administration until somebody said, well, wait a minute, what about doctors and nurses? What about direct care workers? And they said, oh, wait a minute, we didn't mean for that. And that's sort of symbolic of the way this thing is going, because they're not thinking. It's ready, fire, aim, time after time. And so you have a hiring freeze. Then they say, oh, well, wait a minute, there's this group we want to do. But then they leave the hiring freeze in place for the people that are working behind the scenes. I think the senator will agree that if nobody's there to answer the phone when a veteran calls to make a claim or make an appointment, that's a denial of benefits. Just as if they've cut the benefits. Okay, so 2,400 people fired. And by the way, those people being fired are getting emails that say you're being fired for poor performance. There was no analysis of performance. There was no examination of how they were actually doing or what these people were contributing. It was random. It was people who were on probation. You know why? Because they're easier to fire under our laws. So we've got people being fired ostensibly for poor performance. Think of that as somebody who's put their life on the line for their country because they're a veteran, and then they go to work in public service for the Veterans Administration, and they're being told poor performance, when everybody knows that's a shame. So the next thing that happens is the Veterans Administration announces they're going to fire 83,000 people over the next 6 months. Now, they say, we're going to return to the size of the Veterans Administration it was in 2019. Number one, that's an arbitrary number. Why not 2020 or 2016? It's an arbitrary number. It's not based on any analysis or deep thought. Here's the problem, Senator, and I want you to be ready to respond to this. Here's the problem. There have been 7 major pieces of legislation benefiting veterans since 2019, the biggest of which, of course, is the PACT Act, the largest expansion of veterans benefit program in probably the last 30 or 40 years. And you need people to administer that program. And instead, they're firing people. And the Secretary of the Veterans Administration says, don't worry, it's not going to affect services at all. I don't think that statement passes the straight face test. And then we have a statement from the VA that says, we've canceled 600 contracts, but they won't tell us what they are. I'm on the Veterans Affairs Committee. We don't know what they are. We don't know what the plan is for those 83,000 people that are going to be fired. And I guess my question is, what do you think of an organization that says to a veteran, thank you for your service, you're fired?
Well, as we were talking earlier, the firings are adding up. It's going to be now about 80,000 people from the VA alone. A disproportionate number of them are veterans. And so that is a rollback in service. We already know that veterans in all of the government agencies represent about 24% of the government workers we're talking about that are getting fired. And these are veterans, as I read their stories, that just want to keep serving their country, from the national parks to serving their fellow veterans and helping them get health care. And we are seeing people that get exemplary reviews, and then they're fired as probationary workers under the only way they can, according to the law, is to say that they're a bad federal worker. And then they get insult on top of it when the highest or the most powerful man in the world and the richest man in the world, Trump and Musk, come together and call the guy making $45,000 serving other veterans, they call him a leech, they call him a parasite. And so I hear what you're saying. Like, these are folks that I read their stories. They did things that few Americans would do. They went overseas and served in combat. We had one of our dear friends here who lost her legs in combat, but she stands taller than most all the people in this body. These are the people that are so ingrained in their bodies and minds and souls to serve America, to love America. This president calls somebody like John McCain a sucker. The guy who drafted dodged the draft. And so I hear what you're saying, and one of the things you're just saying is it makes no sense. Nobody came to the Veterans Committee in the Senate who actually approves the resources, establishes the agencies, and should have the say, according to this document, this vaunted, sacred, civically sacred text, our Constitution. And so, what are you to say to them if you don't even know what the plan is? You can't even explain to us what's your plan to making the VA system more efficient. Now, here's the other thing. We passed in this body some of my favorite senators, like John Tester, who I miss so much. Maybe I even just miss bumping into the guy because he was the only person in the Senate that let me run from one hallway all the way and hit him. I used to joke that it was this test to see what happens when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. He is a void in this place, but he stood for that PACT Act, gave some of those fiery speeches, and finally we got that bill passed. And we had to add tens of thousands of jobs because of the increased hundreds of thousands of people that were affected from these burn pits or from other challenges. And now we're cutting back 83,000 employees. Patty Murray came down here and said something that affected me in my first weeks as a senator when I in New Jersey sat down with women veterans, and they told me how long they had to wait for gynecological care. And so what is this administration doing in its 83,000 cuts? They're going to improve services to our female veterans? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Show me I'm wrong. Because we have an Article I duty, oversight, checks and balances. Are we doing that right now? One of the worst things I've seen happen in national security, and by the way, there are national security screw-ups on both parties. Nobody has a monopoly on this. Let's not be overly partisan here. But weeks ago, who are supposed to be the pros and set the example, our national security leadership was using a commercial app to communicate classified documents, and they had it on disappearing messages, so they're violating a law of the land called the Preserving Public Records Act. Now, I've heard from Republicans and Democrats, this is outrageous, there should be an investigation. We should be asking common sense questions. Was this a pattern and practice of communication? How many other things that are classified have you been communicating about? There's a lot of really important questions that they should have to answer to. But where are the hearings, folks? I just wonder why this body is shrinking from the articulated duties that we all raised our hands and said we would defend and preserve this Constitution and what it says we should do, what it says our jobs should do. But you're a senator, I'm a senator. I can't tell you what the cut VA plan is. Can't tell you it. They haven't come in here and told us. Are we doing our job? I can't tell you, are we preserving and fighting for national security after one of the biggest national security scandals I've seen since I've been here? They don't have a providence in a partisan way, but they should answer for it. Are we doing our constitutional duty? What about the administration that is ending the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, ending that agency, ending the Department of Education? Do they have the right to do that according to this document? No. Are we saying, hey, we're going to stand up for the people and preserve this document? No. Thank God for the Article III branch of government, because they're being dragged into court, and Republican appointed judges and Democratic appointed judges are saying, can't do it. But you know what Trump is doing? He's ignoring the courts, and then he's demonizing the judges. You know that threats on judges in America, the threats have gone up 400%. You know that I had a federal judge, God bless her, where somebody thought they were going to her house. They did, but she wasn't home, and they murdered her son and shot her husband. And Trump is out there threatening judges, dragging them on Twitter or X or whatever he's calling it now. This is America. I know people on both sides of the aisle, we believe in common decency. We believe in respect. We believe that the highest office in the land should represent the best of our values, not the worst, not a guy that we wouldn't even let babysit our kids. And so I don't know what's going on with veterans, but I'm not going to sit by and do nothing. That's why I'm standing here. That's why I read the voices of so many veterans. Let's elevate the voices of the Americans who are being hurt and harmed. Let's talk for them if they can't talk for themselves. Let's tell them that we see you, we love you, and that all of us, we're going to fight for you.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
From you, my friend, who doubled the number of vegans in the Senate. I yield for a question while retaining the floor, and I thank you for being here.
I thank you for being here. Senator Booker, I always knew you were a towering intellect and a phenomenal and passionate speaker and advocate, but I did not know your stamina until today. And I am delighted to join you on the floor and have this opportunity to engage in a dialogue with you.
Oh, you can't engage in a dialogue. The parliamentarian is going to stare me down. You can ask me questions.
I stand corrected. I'm happy not to engage in a dialogue with you, but to ask you a question.
And I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
And let me ask the question this way. I was in the airport yesterday when someone handed me a note that said, "Please save our country. Please save our country." And I think the genesis of the note was her profound concern over the direction of this country, over the increasingly authoritarian direction of this country and what is happening to the rule of law in America. We look at institution after institution, and we see the guardrails of our democracy coming down. We see an assault on the rule of law unlike anything we have seen in modern history, maybe in the entire history of the United States of America. Each and every institution. And why? Because they can. Because they feel they can. So they're going after the colleges and universities.
Right.
They're going after the institutions of higher learning. This was an attack that was presaged by J.D. Vance years ago in a speech where he talked about the professors are the enemy. They have to go after the seat of learning. So they're going after the universities, and they're using an enormous cudgel. We'll cut off your funds. We'll cut off hundreds of millions in your funds if you do things, if you say things that we in the administration don't like. If you irritate the personal predilection of the president, you will have your funding cut. It is unlawful, it is illegal, and yet they're doing it because they can. They're going after major American law firms because these law firms had the audacity, the unmitigated temerity to hire lawyers or have lawyers who would take on causes inimical to the president's personal interests. So they're going after these firms and they're threatening the livelihood of these firms. We'll close the courthouse doors. We'll cut your clients off from contracts unless you kiss the ring. And of course, it's not just the firms or what they represent. It's everyone who is in need of a lawyer, who now needs to know that if they run afoul of the policy preferences of the administration, they may never get a lawyer. And why are they doing this to law firms? Because they can. And they're going after judges. They're calling for the impeachment of judges. The latest is Judge Boasberg in a case involving the administration grabbing a bunch of people, designating them as part of a Venezuelan gang, and without any due process, without any process at all, taking them to some maximum security prison in El Salvador. And in fact, it would appear doing so even against the court order when the judge said, turn those places around. Now, why are they encouraging the impeachment of a judge? Well, I impeached a judge here. I was the lead manager before there was an impeachment of Donald Trump, or two of them. I led an impeachment of a corrupt judge. It's the same standard of high crimes and misdemeanors. It is not a high crime or a misdemeanor to disagree in a case brought before a federal district court, to disagree with the flawed reasoning of the government. Why are they doing this to judges? Because they can. Because they can. They're going after the press. They're going after the press and saying, if you don't call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, we're going to prevent you from attending press events at the White House or on Air Force One. And why are they doing this to press? This party that claims to be against censorship, why are they doing this to the press? Because they can, and they will continue to do so as long as they believe that they can, until we, and not just we in this body, but we in this country, stand up to them and tell them, no, you can't. No, you can't. If the slogan years ago was, yes, we can, today it has to be, no, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't trample the rights of the American people. No, you can't censor our speech. No, you can't bring the weight of the Justice Department down on the American people. No, you can't. Because we're going to stand together. We universities are not going to let you pick one of us off. We're going to band together. No, we're not going to let you go after the law firms. We're going to band together. No, we're not going to let you go after the press organizations. We're going to demand free speech. Until we come together, until we mobilize in a massive way together to say, no, you can't. No, you can't. They will continue to believe that, yes, they can violate the law with impunity. So my question, Senator Booker, is how do we tell them, no, you can't, not with our country, no, you can't violate the law, violate our values, violate our interests? No, you can't. How do we tell the administration no?
My friend and colleague, I'm hoping that we could figure out thousands of ignition points where Americans can stand up and do that, call to their fellow Americans to do more. I'm not upset at the folks that have been saying to Democratic senators and House members and me and challenging me. I've talked to so many of my constituents who've said, you've got to do more, and all of us have to interrogate ourselves. Because like I said at the very beginning of this, at 7 p.m. on Monday night, I said, we have to say to history where we stood when they were coming after our constitutional principles, where we stood when they were threatening judges to impeach them for making just decisions, where we stood when they were taking law firms and threatening their business unless they came and kowtowed to the big leader, where we stood when they were disappearing people from America with the due process that even Anton Scalia said they should have. Where were you when they came after the health care of the disabled, the health care of the children, the health care of the expectant mothers, the health care of seniors? Where were you when they attacked veterans, laying them off for no justifiable reason and attacking the VA services that they rely on? Where were you when we turned our back on Ukraine? Where were you when we turned our back on our alliances? Where were you when they took the economy down with tariffs? When they took the economy down by threatening it so consumer confidence drops? Where were you? How many things are going on before we answer the question, as it says in Hebrew, he ne ni. He ne ni. Behold, Lord, here I am. And so I confess that I have been imperfect. I confess that I've been inadequate to the moment. I confess that the Democratic Party has made terrible mistakes that have given lane to this demagogue. I confess we all must look in the mirror and say, we will do better. And it's not just defining ourselves what we're against. We, the next generation, as the baby boomers are leaving the stage, the last baby boomer president, we have to say that we're going to redeem the dream. We're going to dream America anew. We're going to start talking about bold things that don't divide people, that unite people. Bold things that excite the moral imagination of a country to do better, to go higher, that call us together. This is the time where new leaders in our country must emerge. I'm not talking about senators. I'm talking about citizens. This time of despair and darkness doesn't demand more darkness. We don't need to demean and degrade people who disagree with us. This is a time for us to do something bigger than that. Do you think Martin Luther King in Birmingham hated Bull Connor or said, I'm going to defeat this guy by bringing bigger dogs and bigger fire hoses? No. But he did say, we're going to be so creative, we're going to inspire the moral imagination of the nation, we're going to call to the conscience of the country, we're going to excite them about who we could be. When he went to the March on Washington, he didn't stand there and complain about the demagogues. Listen to his speech. He didn't stand there and demean and degrade the governor of Alabama. He didn't stand there and talk down to Bull Connor. No, he stood before the American people and said, it's not what you're against, it's what you're for. I have a dream. And now it's our generation. We have to redeem the dream. We have to excite people again. He, in the highest office of our land, wants to divide us against ourselves, wants to make us afraid, wants to make us fear so much that we're willing to violate people's fundamental rights. We're willing to go after the speech on college campuses. We're willing to go after law firms, go after the freedom of the press. Don't let him do that. Don't become like him. Be an American that says, I look to the future and I'm excited. Yes, things are tough right now. They're hard, they're scary, they're hurting, but we can overcome this. Our American history, if it's nothing else, American history, if it's nothing else, it is a perpetual testimony to the achievement of impossible things against impossible odds. We are a nation that is great, not because of the people that are trying to whitewash our history, to remove great people, Native Americans, Black people, and women from our military websites. I don't want a Disneyfication of our history. I don't want to whitewash history. I don't want to homogenize history. Tell me the wretched truth about America, because that speaks to our greatness. And so what do I want people to do? It starts with us, man, and you're doing it. I've seen courage of my colleagues. We're doing it, but we have to do more, and I'm sorry. I'm not going to be a politician that's going to say, we are going to do more for you. I'm going to be a politician. I'm going to be a leader that demands more from America.
Will the senator yield for one last question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, this gets to exactly, Senator Booker, your point. I'm optimistic about this country. Notwithstanding this deep, difficult, dark period we are in, I'm optimistic about this country, and I'm optimistic because of something that Alexis de Tocqueville might have said. There is some dispute about whether he actually said this.
The mere fact that you could quote Alexis de Tocqueville, you got me, you have me.
I would like to believe he said this. America is a great country because America is a good country.
Yes.
If he didn't say it, he should have said it, because it is true of this country. It is what makes me an optimist. There are wonderful, beautiful, patriotic people in every state of the union, and they will see us through this. But it does, I think, require all of us to be reminded every now and then of the better angels of our nature. Now, I remember standing in that well during the first impeachment of Donald Trump.
I remember sitting right here in this seat watching you.
And I'll tell you, I had approached that case as a prosecutor would approach a case that I just needed to prove the president guilty of what he was charged with. But it became apparent very quickly that that was not enough. That notwithstanding the abundant evidence of his guilt, I needed to show something more. I needed to show that it was dangerous to keep him in office. Well, tragically, events since have proven my point, but I made a different argument at that point of the trial, which I think gets us to the present moment, which is that truth should matter to us. What's right should matter to us. And even if it doesn't matter to the president, it should matter to us. that we are decent.
Yes.
As Americans, we are decent. We are good and decent people. As Americans, that's who we are. We don't believe that when someone is needing medical help that they should be turned away. We don't believe that we should turn our back on our neighbor. We believe in extending our hand. We believe we should be able to disagree with each other without it becoming a personal hatred or antagonism. We're Americans. This is who we are. I do think sometimes we forget. And we have to remind ourselves that, as Elijah Cummings used to say, we're better than this.
Yes.
We are better than this.
Yes, I miss Elijah.
And you remind us of this all the time, Senator Booker. You really do. You also remind us that we're not defined by what we're against. We're defined by what we're for. And I'm fully on the same page with you that we haven't lived up to our responsibility as a party and what we're for. I think our democracy is in trouble because our economy has been in trouble. And I think our economy has been in trouble because it's not like after the Depression or during the Depression or the Great Recession when people are out of work. The problem today is not that people are out of work. The problem today is that people are working. They are working. And they still can't get by. And you have too many millions of Americans who see their quality of life and they look at what their parents had and see it as better, and they look at the future for their kids and see it as worse. And amidst that economic difficulty, they're ready to embrace anyone who offers something different. Any demagogue who comes along and promises they alone can fix it. And while this demagogue is not going to fix it, and indeed he's made their lot much worse, it is not going to fix itself. It falls on us.
Yes.
To come up with those big ideas. Now, some of those big ideas are not new. Medicare for all, which I support, is a big idea that would expand healthcare access for millions of people and make sure parents can go to work and understand that if they get sick or their kid gets sick, that they will have access to health care. We haven't kept pace with changes in the nature of work, changes that are going to accelerate with artificial intelligence, changes which have meant that over the last several decades, as the country's become more productive, that productivity and prosperity has simply not been shared with the people who made it possible. And I think this economic anxiety, which is felt all over the world with these global changes in the marketplace, have put great stress on the whole democratic experiment. If democracy is not working for people, they will flirt with other models like authoritarianism, but we are here to tell folks that is not the direction we want to go in. But it's still incumbent on us to offer bold ideas for how we can make the economy work for people again. But I do think that what has led people into such bitter antagonisms with each other has been a lot of this uncertainty, the feeling that they're only a car payment or a health problem away from failure. And it's up to us to address that. And so I join you, Senator Booker, in your optimism about the American people. I join you in the call on all of us, really in both parties, but if they're not going to do it, it falls on us to put forward the big, bold economic plans that will ensure that we can answer the central question of our time, which is if you're working hard in America, can you still earn a good living?
Yes.
We need to be able to answer that question. Yes, you can. And right now, what we are seeing with this tax cut for billionaires and large corporations is just going to make the problem so much worse. But I want to thank you, Senator Booker, for your irrepressible optimism about the country which I share. I want to thank you for seizing the helm today and every day to put forward that positive vision for our country. And my question is, where do you find the energy, my friend?
I don't know. I'm finding it from my colleagues right now. I'm finding it from my friends. I'm finding it from their heart and their commitment. And I'm finding it from the people whose names and stories we're reading. And I more than you know, I appreciate your friendship. I'm so happy you're my colleague now. And I believe that our future, our tomorrows, as bad as things seem, I still believe that our tomorrows are better than our yesterdays. Thank you. And I know you share that.
Amen.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Before I yield to you, I just want you to know I love you, my friend, and thanks. We're doing some good things recently, you and I, trying to solve some big problems, and I appreciate that. So I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you, Senator. Unlike Senator Schiff, who said that he didn't know of your stamina before now, I knew well the stamina of Cory Booker. And I've always admired it, not just physical stamina, but moral stamina, the courage of conviction, the stamina to stand up and speak truth to power, which has become now one of the most common phrases that is used in public life. But Cory Booker has epitomized it throughout his career, not only in this body, but as mayor of Newark and as a leader in sports when he was an all-American athlete at Stanford. That physical stamina was matched by a moral stamina that is invaluable in life today because Americans have come to prize, above all, integrity, authenticity, genuineness, which Cory Booker epitomizes. And so it's not just his eloquence today on the floor and the soaring rhetoric that we have heard from him. It's his understanding and his sense of real life impacts of what we do here on everyday Americans and what everyday Americans are doing right now as we speak here on the floor. Everyday Americans are in the grocery stores where they're seeing higher and higher prices. Everyday Americans are at the VA hospital where their doctors and nurses and clinicians and schedulers and counselors may be out of a job because they may be among the tens of thousands targeted for dismissal. Everyday Americans are in schools, K through 12 and higher education, where the resources available for their teachers in the classrooms right now, in real time, are going to be cut. In fact, the workforce at the Department of Education will be cut by 1/2 as we speak, and funds will be no longer available to teach everyday Americans. And of course, everyday Americans right now are in hospitals and clinics. They are undergoing treatment for life-threatening diseases. Right now, they are lying on a hospital bed with needles in their arms or receiving other kinds of treatment that have been made available, life-saving treatments, by the research at NIH that will be crippled because of the cuts that we're seeing. And of course, everyday Americans are receiving Social Security checks, and Social Security will be cut by this administration. Medicaid, that provides for those everyday Americans who are in doctor's offices right now in America, even as we engage in this kind of soaring rhetoric, everyday Americans are contending with the real life problems of living in America. We live in a country that has never been so unequal in terms of wealth, and pay. And if we look back to our own history, we see that that inequality is a danger to all of us. The stock market crash and depression occurred after the Gilded Age, when inequality became so drastic that the middle class was in danger. And of course, everyday Americans who are right now in the military are experiencing anger, disgust, fear, because the secrets about what they are doing, even as they engage in operations around the world, like those pilots who are going to bomb the Houthis, engaged in that top secret mission, have learned that the details of that mission, the time of their launch, the targets, the timing of their strikes, the weather, the identity of their targets, all were being discussed over a non-secure channel by a careless, reckless Secretary of Defense. And I don't need to go into the details of what was discussed, except to say our allies are reacting with that same disgust, anger, and fear. And they are having doubts about sharing intelligence with us. The Israelis are outraged by what they've seen. The intel communities of other countries are aghast and appalled. And we have yet to explore fully all of the potential ramifications, like what other conversations may have been on that unsecure kind of platform, who else knew about them, what the motives were. There needs to be a criminal investigation. I've called for it. And everyday Americans have a right to be fearful and angry, just as those pilots should be, and our allies and intelligence communities all around the world. So we need not only an investigation, we need action to hold accountable the individuals, beginning with the Secretary of Defense, who should resign, the National Security Advisor, who should resign, but a criminal investigation launched by the FBI National Security Division to hold accountable anyone responsible for this breakdown of security, to meet the standard of public service that Senator Booker has outlined as what we should demand of ourselves and the responsibility that the American people have a right to deserve. So my question really is about the standard of public service that we should expect of our leaders, and whether there is something we can do. I'm asked so often, Senator Booker, as I go back to Connecticut, and I'm sure you are in New Jersey, what can we do? What can we do? You are leading us on the floor of the Senate by showing what we should be doing, fighting back, sounding the alarm for everyday Americans who are in the grocery store, in their schools, at the VA clinics, Social Security offices. What can we do?
I'm going to answer your question. I just first want to say thank you. There's been so many Congress people coming onto the floor from the House of Representatives. It reminds me of some other times where big things were happening and people would come to the floor, but this is a lot more. And I just want to express thank you for their kindness. I called the chairwoman of the CBC last night and then texted her. And the force of the CBC, which has been giving me spirit and strength for a long time, is really one of the best parts of my time here as a United States Senator. And the fact that they have come through constantly means a lot to me. I'm grateful that my cousin Pam has been here the entire time, just like Chris Murphy, the entire time in the gallery. And I'm so grateful for her. I love her, and she's sitting now next to my brother, and I'm just thankful for that. I want to answer your question because I get it all the time, and I'm not sure how to answer it all the time. I read letters, and it actually got me emotional in the middle of the night, where somebody would detail all their challenges. They would render personal information to me in letters about their struggles with healthcare, about their conditions, about their pain, about their hurt, just sending it out to their government official that they've never probably met, hoping that they might just listen to you and be activated by your voice. But then many of them ended the letter with that question: I am here to help you in any way. It really moves me because I believe in the deep decency of our country. And so I just want to try to answer that question more with me trying to think creatively about more that I can do as a leader. Because as I've said before, I think we as Democratic leaders have to start thinking more creatively, because obviously we don't control the Senate, we don't control the House, but we have positions that were given to us in trust by the people we represent. And moments like this require us to be more creative or more imaginative or just more persistent and dogged and determined. And I say that in front of some of my colleagues on this floor who I know personally, like you, but also some of my CBC colleagues who are sitting over here to my right, who have been my rock for almost 13 years. And I just know, before I turn to my left, to the woman who represents the most important person in my 55 years, my mom, I just want to say that the answer to that question has to be something, that I will do something more than I'm doing now. Because the cause is so great, the challenges are so real, that I will do something that I have not done before to try to help my neighbor in a time of moral crisis in our country. And that I may be afraid, my voice may shake, but I'm going to speak up more. I may be demoralized by what's happening, but I'm going to find a way to get out of bed and breathe and know that I can make myself feel a little bit better by helping another person. I don't know what it is, but we got to help each other now through this, and know, I'm a person of faith, and it was said to me by a colleague, that know that weeping will endure through the night, but joy will come. I'm going to turn to my left because I always say that she's a senator, but she's had one of the hardest jobs in all of America, which is to be the president of a shul. I met her and I realized she could probably do anything.
I know about that.
You know, yeah, yes. I am not Jewish, but my name is Booker, so I always say I'm Mish Booker. So there's a formal way I have to do this. So I see you, I love you, and I'm wondering if you have something to ask me.
Yeah, will the senator yield for a question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, Booker, we're a people of the book. People of the book.
That
And
is
so
powerful, yes.
There you go. It's very powerful. The book you believe in, the books you believe in, what you read. We've heard everyone quote the Bible, philosophers, great thinkers and leaders, and you are one of them. And it has been my privilege to sit here next to you on this desk for the last 6 years I've been here, the best seat in the Senate.
You and I.
And
I'm gonna
take care of your mother, who is my constituent.
Yes.
My constituent.
Yes.
So I have your precious mother in our hands.
who I suspect, like my cousin and my brother in the gallery, that my mom is watching
Yes. Well.
from Las Vegas.
Yes, and we appreciate what a good mother she was and how she raised you to be strong and to be smart and to be kind. And boy, oh boy, did she give you some damn stamina. I'll just tell you that, sir. We are in awe. But my question is, thank you, Mr. Booker. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for using your voice to stand up against Trump's administration, reckless and extreme policies. And we got a lot to talk about here. So I'm going to bring it back to Nevada.
Yes.
Because we got a lot of families in my state, and just like you, those letters, they're overwhelming and they bring me to tears. The stops in the grocery store and the airport and the shopping mall and the gas station, over and over again. People are worried. People are worried and they want us to help, and they're wondering about this. People have talked to me about.
Senator.
Oops. Thank you. People have talked to me about how high costs at the grocery store are squeezing their budgets. They're concerned that the Trump tariffs, well, what are they going to do? Prices ain't going down. They are going to make prices go up instead of going down. President Trump declared tomorrow is Liberation Day. Liberation Day. This is what he plans to impose the latest round of across-the-board tariffs for goods on several nations. Tariffs that amount to a national sales tax on every single person that goes to a grocery store. In Nevada, in New Jersey, I see my esteemed colleague, Senator Duckworth, in Illinois, and every state in this nation. Tariffs that amount to a national sales tax. Now, Nevada's economy relies heavily on tourism. I don't have to tell anyone that. And these tariffs don't target tourism specifically, but make no mistake, they will have a profound impact on a city like Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. Because when prices go up across the board, what happens? Families' budgets at the kitchen table, those kitchen table budgets, they are squeezed. It means the number of visitors coming to Las Vegas, the visitors that fuel our economy, go down. It means the price that every single person, every single hotel, every single service we have goes up because of those tariffs. And so it's going to have a devastating impact on Nevada, on our local economy, on our small businesses. 99% of businesses in Nevada are small businesses. Small businesses. It's going to have a devastating impact on them and the good paying jobs it supports. So we see the impact. International travel down in the United States, down. Now that's a whole nother discussion. Someone will be asking that question too. It's driving down our visitor numbers. It hurts our economy in Nevada, hurts our economy all across this great nation. In fact, booking for flights in Canada, they're already down by 70% compared to last year. Canada, our great neighbor, partner, and ally to the north, down 70%. And the most troubling part is a recent report estimates that up to 14,000 jobs, hospitality jobs, could be at risk due to decreased international travel as a result of these horrible, misguided tariffs. And I just want to tell you that I'm looking at all of my colleagues and I'm looking at you, and you have given us the inspiration to stand here, to use our voice, to use our power, to show that we are not without a say in this country. We are not without a say, and we cannot go quietly ever without that fight. So, Senator Booker, I want to ask you what you think these tariffs are going to do. Well, not to just the place where your mom lives in Las Vegas, but where families live all across this country. And every price at the market, every price at the gas station, the mall, wherever you go, and where people depend, like my Nevadans, on their livelihood for tourism. And so I will repeat what Senator Blumenthal said. Senator Booker, what can we do? That's the question we're asked. What can we do?
I want to answer your question, but first I want to just say what you already know. You represent my mom. You represent one of her best friends, Lou. You represent my Aunt Shirley. You represent my Uncle Butch. You represent my Aunt Marilyn. You represent so much of my family. This is the place where my father died. When Harry Reid came to his bedside when he was sick and I was still running for this office and showed me the extraordinary kindness of senators from Nevada. That tradition has continued. I'm so grateful for you. My family's grateful for you. I'm grateful that we were founders of the Black Jewish Caucus. And in fact, I keep this
Juneteenth Seder coming up.
Juneteenth Seder coming up, and I'm gonna put this on as you have it on. As I think about Edon Alexander and all those who are suffering, I'm just so grateful for our friendship and what we've done against anti-Semitism, what we've done for the Abraham Accords. You are somebody that you and I find a lot of ways to work with. And one of the best things I saw in you was on January 6th, sitting in this row, me, you, Mark Kelly. And I always say that the best, often in the most difficult of circumstances, you see the best of people. And I don't know if you remember this, but staffers started rushed in, and usually you have to have special identification. And then some of them stood behind us, and they were crying, and they were upset, and they were frightened. And I just watched you go from senator to mother, and I watched you comforting people in their times of fear, when they thought they were going to be killed, literally. And you were this voice of comfort, voice of calm. I saw you in one of our worst countries, worst crisis. I saw your light. I saw your love. I saw the Jewish mom, and I benefited from that. I just feel that Trump mocks us. What does his Liberation Day mean to the people that are shackled to debt? From medical debt, that are shackled with student debt, that can't afford the rising costs of groceries. What's his liberation mean? To people who are chained by fear right now, waiting with bated breath to see if the Medicaid programs they rely on are going to be cut. What does his liberation mean? To people who are literally in jails right now because they were disappeared from our streets. What does his liberation mean to people who can't afford homes because of his tariffs, who dreamed of a new car, but that's going to go up as well? I don't know what he means by liberation. I honestly don't. I wish he'd explain it to the American people. Who's liberated in this financial times? Who's liberated? I don't think the law firms feel liberated, that we're so threatened by you that they felt the only way they could get from under the threat of you is to come to you and beg them and offer them and say we'll do this and say we'll give you millions of dollars of pro bono worth. I don't think they feel liberated. What about the people that are banned from the press corps because they won't call it the Gulf of America? The idea of the press, the freedom of the press, do they feel his liberty? What does his liberty mean? What does Donald Trump's Liberty Day tomorrow mean? In a nation where I read letter after letter of people that feel like their liberty is gone, that they're losing sleep at night worried about Social Security. What does liberty mean to the veteran that was laid off, that fought for my liberty? What does Donald Trump's liberty mean? What is he talking about? What does his liberty mean to Canada, who fought next to us, who died next to Americans fighting for our causes? What does his liberty mean to them? I don't understand Donald Trump. I really don't. There are going to be PhD students writing about him for generations. He'll love that in heaven. He'll look down and say, I'm so happy people talking about me. But I will tell you this. I love great presidents. I love that Lincoln said, with malice towards none, with charity towards all. But I hear Donald Trump say, with malice towards everybody that does not tell me how great I am. And charity, I don't know if he understands that. What it means to show sympathy and compassion and empathy and to help people whether they like you or not. I love great presidents. I love FDR. You have nothing to fear but fear itself. But the letter after letter after letter, the word fear, the word terror, I was reading from voices from my state and across the country. It's as if Donald Trump is saying, be afraid of me, the big man with the power. Be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. There was another president that said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. And yet Ukrainian Americans are watching their president go, not Mr. Gorbachev, tear down the wall. They're saying, hey, Mr. Putin, come in and take the Donbass. I'm going to start the negotiations, not with Zelensky at the table. I'm going to call him a dictator. I'm going to start the negotiations from a position to giving Putin what he wants. Ukrainian sovereign land, and that's where we'll start the negotiation. And I love John F. Kennedy quoting a poet saying, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. What is Donald Trump? Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask, what can you do for Donald Trump? Because I will threaten you until you kowtow. I will threaten to run primaries against you if you don't fall in line and vote for things you know are wrong. I will terrorize your law firm unless you come to me and kiss my ring. I will make political your applications for your merger. I will drop cases against you. I will pardon you if, as he said in a recent pardon, he was a pro-Trump guy. I don't understand this. I really don't. And I don't understand how he tries to divide Americans. I got on a plane once. I'm on a plane and I'm juggling to put my carry-on up, and I get lots of reactions in airports. I have to say, on the whole part, good, but occasionally I think my colleagues next month should send me a Mother's Day card, because occasionally I get called, "You mother," with something following it. And so here I am putting up my overhead baggage, and I sit down next to two people, the presiding officer before this, my friend from Alabama, two Alabamans, one 80 years old, one 60 years old, mother and daughter. And they see people paying attention to me. They said, "Who are you? Are you a professional athlete?" And as a middle-aged, overweight black guy, my ego wasn't insulted. I wanted to say, well, I could be, but I chose to serve the people. But no, I go, "No, ma'am, I'm not." "Well, who are you then?" I go, "Well, I'm a senator." And we're so conditioned in America, if we meet a congressperson out and about, the first thing we want to know is, whose team are you on? My team or their team? It's us versus them. Horrible dynamic of tribalism in our country. And I took a deep breath. And I looked at these two great American women. And I said, "Ma'am, I'm a Democrat." And the woman next to me looks at me suddenly sour, and she said, "I should have brought my Trump hat." And she wheeled it away from me. And immediately I said, "You know what? I'm not going to dance to this tune. I'm going to scratch this record. Scratch this record." And I looked at her and I go, "Oh my gosh, Donald Trump signed two of the biggest bills I wrote in Congress into law." I said the First Step Act, which we passed in this body, 87 votes. We would have got 88 if one of my dear friends and colleagues was not off trying to do whatever in the world and he wasn't here to vote on it. And I talked about opportunity zones, working with Tim Scott to get billions of dollars invested into some of our country's poorest rural and urban areas. Now, they were confused. But by the end of that flight, Donald Trump didn't divide us, though. By the end of that flight, I was talking to them like fellow Americans, and we found so many points of connection, so much common humanity, and so much common cause. These outrage machines, TV, and these devices, I want to say to America, their financial interest is to keep your eyes on the screen as much as possibly can. And you know what? Sells division, divide, moral indignation. I will tell you this. I have this great friend, part of the Bold Club, named Van Jones. He told me this story that he was on Crossfire on CNN. And Van Jones got on with Newt Gingrich. Van Jones, a green activist, a guy I met in law school, extraordinary man, speaks like a poet to me, and he worked in the Obama White House. And then Newt Gingrich, very known Republican, the two of them sit down, but Brene Brown writes something extraordinary. She writes, "It's hard to hate up close, so pull people in." And so they get on this show called Crossfire, and they find out with all the differences they have, they also have commonalities, things they agree on, and they actually kind of like each other. So they go to the producers and they say, "Hey, could you let us do the final segment called Ceasefire? Can you let us do the final segment called Ceasefire?" And the producers say, "Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead." And so they do this last segment talking about the areas they agree, but the producers run in after a few shows and stop them. Can't do it. Why? Ratings are going down. There are a lot of legitimate differences in places I'm going to stand my ground and fight for people's health care, for people's Social Security. I'm going to fight. But I'm never going to get into a position where anybody in this country can make me hate another American. Because this is the age where we have to figure out how to live up to those words up there, e pluribus unum. That's the call of our ancestors, to put more indivisible into this one nation under God. That's the challenge. And there's enough things that we agree on in America, and especially when we stop and talk about things like the child tax credit, most Americans are for that. Oh, gosh, I've been waiting for you, for crying out loud. Why didn't you interrupt me earlier?
You were on a roll.
Oh,
you
come
were on
on.
a roll. And I was,
Come on, Senator.
Well, you yield for a question.
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I don't know what kind of food you eat on that vegan diet of yours, but I need to figure out more of that vegan diet. one place where we can and do care that unites us as a nation is the role of our nation's veterans, the heroes who have sacrificed for us. Although with this president, I guess he doesn't hold veterans in the same esteem. As someone who has bled for this nation, I guess I joined the ranks of the suckers and losers who have bled and died for this nation in the president's estimation. But I just wanted to start off by saying thank you again, Senator Booker, for all that you're doing as you hold the floor today, but also every other day, to underline the pain and damage Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing, not just to our country, but to middle-class Americans throughout our country. And tragically, that harm even extends to our nation's veterans who have sacrificed so much to protect this country and keep Americans safe, who should be shielded from this needless chaos and uncertainty. Senator Booker, I know you are well aware that this administration is firing more veterans than any other administration in modern history. It's been reported that this administration in these first few months in office has fired approximately 6,000 veterans from federal service across this country. This list of firing, especially at the VA, has resulted in operations for our veterans being canceled. We've seen reports of the caregivers hotline, a hotline that was set up to support the caregivers who provide medical caregiving to their loved ones who served and sacrificed and are now disabled. There are delays in that hotline being answered because Donald Trump fired all of these veterans. There are people who support the crisis hotline were also fired. I know this because some of them are my constituents and asked for help. I had one individual who'd served in the military for over 2 decades, did such a good job on the crisis hotline as a frontline person answering the phone, trying to prevent their brothers and sisters from the idea of suicide. They did such a good job that they were promoted to be a trainer. They were promoted to be a supervisor, which then made them probationary, and they were fired. We were able to get some of these people their jobs back. Some of them are still out there without their jobs. This is what Donald Trump and Elon Musk has already done. This does not help our nation's veterans. This does not help our nation's heroes. If anything, it is a betrayal to them. It's a betrayal, a cruel betrayal to the men and women who bravely answered the call to serve our country in uniform. A call that this president dodged 5 different times when he had the opportunity to serve. Now, men and women in uniform came home from serving, and many of them chose to continue their service to our country as federal employees. How are Elon and Trump thanking these brave, selfless Americans? They're doing it by showing them the door and leaving them wondering how they'll be able to afford next week's groceries or next month's rent, forcing them to look for a new job. The senator from New Jersey and I are both working together to help our heroes get their jobs back, which is why I've introduced a Protect Veterans Jobs Act to reinstate all veterans who were wrongly fired from their federal jobs by Trump and Musk. It is a critical bill to help those who've already been fired, but according to recent reports, Trump and Musk are just getting started. From everything that we've seen, they are planning on firing another 80,000 VA employees, almost a third of whom are veterans themselves. So that's going to be another 25 veterans on the chopping block on top of the 6,000 who've already been fired. It is a complete betrayal from Trump and from Musk. Firing these VA employees will even harm veterans that Trump is not firing, because it's going to force them to wait longer to see their healthcare providers. It's going to make them wait longer to have their disability claims adjudicated. It is going to make them wait longer to have someone pick up their calls at the Veterans Crisis Line. It is going to make them wait even longer, and their loved ones wait even longer to have their burial and funeral expense reimbursements request processed, and so much more, all while the VA's backlog of unprocessed claims continues growing. I have another question for you, but first, for the senator from New Jersey, I was wondering if you could tell us if you have heard from your veterans who have been fired, if you have heard from your veterans who've seen their services delayed in New Jersey and around the country.
Yes, 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 yes. This is my veterans book. This is what I was reading from earlier, and everything you're saying is right. And it is such an insult. I read stories from our veterans. It's such an insult to the highest calling of our country to stand and serve as you did. As you did. Injured veterans, disabled veterans. I read an article about thousands of disabled veterans that want to serve their country, love this nation so much that they want to serve in humble jobs doing noble things. And how do we treat them? They say 83,000 people being laid off. A quarter of them are veterans from the VA itself. But this doesn't include veterans that do things for the Park Service and our national parks, veterans that do things for us in the Defense Department, veterans that do things for us across this country. I found in my state some of the greatest leaders I have met in my state are veterans who are still serving veterans. And then veteran entrepreneurs, you know the data, they're incredibly successful. They create to our economy. The VA is cutting not just veteran jobs, they're cutting contracts with veteran-owned businesses. I don't understand how you can say out of one side of your mouth, you honor and respect our veterans, which is not what our president's always said. Dear God, what he said about John McCain. I still remember John McCain is in a town hall with Barack Obama fighting fiercely to be the president of the United States, and somebody gets up and says that Barack Obama, as if it's an insult, it's not, is a Muslim or something, and he grabs the mic back and corrects her. One of his voters, he corrects her on national TV. This is wrong. He's a guy who loves his wife, Christian, loves his family. I mean, that is character and honor. Can you ever see that from our president now? And this is how wrong I was. And I want to admit, I've made mistakes. I've been wrong. I remember where I was when he said in his campaign that he's no hero, that people who are captured are not heroes. I said to the people that were with me, there goes his 15 minutes of fame. I thought that was the end of Trump. But somehow you could become president of the United States when you insult the veterans who serve. I want to read you, and I know you have another question, but can I read you? I don't know, John Lewis and John McCain, the two Johns are coming up a lot in my 20 hours. But I want to read you this. I want to read this when you were here because I read this. And let me all tell you, this is John McCain writing. Let me all tell you what I think about the Pledge of Allegiance, our flag and our country. I want to tell you a story about when I was a prisoner of war. I spent 5 years in the Hanoi Hilton. In the early years of our imprisonment, the North Vietnamese kept us in solitary confinement, or 2 or 3 to a cell. In 1971, the North Vietnamese moved us from these conditions of isolation into large rooms with as many as 30 to 40 men to a room. This was, as you can imagine, a wonderful change and was a direct result of the efforts of millions of Americans led by people like Nancy and Ronald Reagan on behalf of a few hundred POWs 10,000 miles from home. One of the men moved into my cell was Mike Christian. Mike came from a small town near Selma, Alabama. He didn't wear a pair of shoes until he was 13 years old. At 17, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy. He later earned a commission. He became a naval flying officer and was shot down and captured in 1967. Mike had a keen and deep appreciation for the opportunities this country and our military provide for people who want to work and want to succeed. The uniforms we wore in prison consisted of a blue short-sleeved shirt, trousers that looked like pajama trousers, and rubber sandals that were made exercising caution with some freezing positions and not taking new applications or accepting fewer students than normal according to interviews, public announcements, and internal emails obtained by STAT. The abrupt narrowing of training opportunities is leaving many future researchers at the start of their scientific journey in limbo. The academic calendar runs to the rhythm of its own sessions right now. It's typically this time of year when offer letters for PhD programs and postdoc positions in labs start hitting inboxes. Universities and academic medical centers were in the thick of that process when the NIH under President Donald Trump put out a policy about overhead costs known as indirect costs. This couldn't be worse timing for doing this. Waverly Ding, an associate professor at the University of Maryland who studies the biomedical sciences workforce, is creating a jolt in the market that is going to be disabling for labs, especially the smaller labs, because they won't have the human capital to do their science. It's also going to create chaos for PhDs. It's going to be a cascading chain effect through the entire ecosystem. I know we don't read science. Actually, we have a few doctors in here that do. But look at the alarm that they're sounding that this is not normal. The slowdown is happening at some universities and not at others. Some students may be unaware of the issue as they anxiously await acceptance letters without fully understanding the role national politics is playing in those decisions. Some faculty are grappling with admissions that are paused and then unpaused, while others say they're receiving little information or guidance from leadership. At the University of Southern California, and as a former Stanford football player, it's hard for me to talk about USC. I had to jab them, Senator Murphy. At the University of Southern California, faculty in some departments were told last week to pause admissions and not formalize offers to students, even those who had visited and been given verbal acceptances. The awkward part is that we are already told these applicants that they were provisionally accepted and invited them to an in-person recruitment day. Many have already purchased a flight and made hotel reservations. I mean, that is just cruel. One professor said in a faculty discussion listserv observed by STAT, I know Senator Murphy hangs out in faculty discussion listservs, that pause on admissions in psychology was lifted this week, STAT was told. Jennifer Unger, a professor who runs a doctoral program in health behavioral research in the Department of Population and Public Health Sciences at the University of Southern California Keck School of Medicine, said Wednesday she was still not able to admit the 6 graduate students for her department that had been accepted after a visit day on February 3rd. We had flown them out. We told them, we love you. We want to admit you. And then everything just stopped, Unger said. On the day Donald Trump announced they were cutting indirect costs, USC paused all PhD admissions. I just don't know what to tell them, Unger said to the students. Some of them have their offers and will likely go somewhere else. We've probably lost them. Despite USC's unpausing of all admissions in many departments, Unger said Wednesday she was still not able to admit students. She hoped her portal of admit students would open soon, but said this disruption was coming at a time when her field, public health, was already reeling from the actions of the Trump administration, something affecting potential graduate students as well. It's very stressful for them. This is a major life decision, she said. Adding, they were already worried about their futures. They were asking, quote, do you think we'll be able to get jobs in this environment? Do you think we'll get grants? The dean of the graduate school at USC told STAT late Friday that the universities briefly paused PhD admissions to assess the uncertainties around federal funding, but that the admissions process was now open. Some schools, though, were continuing to accept students or had accepted graduate students before the recent turmoil and said that offers were there intact. We have no knowledge of any disruptions to graduate student admissions in the science fields, Rachel Zentz, Senior Director of Communications, said. In some cases, the pauses in hirings and admissions were implemented ahead of the NIH policy change. Evidence of how quickly the Trump administration's threats to withhold federal research dollars over diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are shifting the financial footings of universities. On February 6th, faculty at Vanderbilt University were instructed to reduce graduate admissions by half across the board, according to an email obtained by STAT. Reduce graduate admissions by half. On the same day, the faculty at the University of Washington School of Public Health received an email to pause offers to doctoral students, as well as offers of financial support to graduate students. Faculty hiring was also frozen, the email said. This Tuesday, the public health school sent out another email informing the community that some faculty hiring and PhD students would continue, some, but at a greatly diminished level. The school is also planning to take more cost containment measures, including a hiring freeze, a reappointment freeze, through the end of the academic year, due to the volatility caused by the Trump administration. Existing offers will be honored, wrote Hillary Goodwin, Dean of the University of Washington School of Public Health. Marion Pepper, chair of UW's immunology department, said she was instructed by the university leadership to keep her program's next generation cohort smaller than the usual 5 to 9 students admitted each year. That's easier said than done, because the proportion of students who accept offers of admissions varies year to year. Pepper told STAT that while she expects the incoming class to be slightly smaller than usual, she has spoken with program heads at UW and elsewhere who are reducing class sizes by half or more. I know for other programs, they're feeling bleak about how they're going to keep labs running without funding or students, Pepper said. It's pretty overwhelming. Medical schools are hit hard. Medical research hit hard. It's unclear how many other universities are taking similar preemptive belt-tightening measures, but schools of public health and medical schools are particularly vulnerable because they tend to have many faculty postdocs and graduate students supported by grants. Boston University School of Public Health has also ordered an across-the-board hiring freeze on all new faculty and staff positions, including student workers and postdocs. In a campus-wide announcement, Dean ad interim Michael Stein said the move was being made due to the uncertainty of the moment. A spokesperson for the school told STAT that the graduate admissions are unaffected by the freeze. Unger said USC had cut funding for some teaching assistants in her department early in the year, before the executive orders, which reduced the number of graduate students in her program from 10 to 6. On February 11th, Columbia's University Medical School faculty were told that the school was putting a temporary pause on hiring, as well as other activities like travel and procuring equipment, according to an email obtained by the Columbia student newspaper, the Columbia Spectator. A spokesperson for Columbia declined to comment on the pause. In other cases, schools may accept fewer graduate students than they had planned, not because of an overt directive from university leaders, but because faculty feel unsure about the future given the Trump administration's intent to cut billions of dollars in overhead funding. At the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, 25% fewer graduate students will be admitted this year, 25% fewer, based on a survey of faculty members taking new students, said Mark Pilfer, a professor in cell biology there. That means the school will admit about 75 students across the biomedical sciences. He noted the number of graduate students vary each year, so the decline was not unprecedented as the numbers continue to go down. In an interview with STAT, Robert Farms, the director of UNC's Lineberger Comprehensive Cancer Center, said the hiring freezes, fewer PhD students, and other similar cost containment measures are being considered as the center is eyeing the same financially turbulent waters as other research institutions. Every one of these things is on the table, unfortunately, Farris said. There's so much uncertainty. Can we hire this faculty member? Can we purchase this equipment? They just don't know exactly what or how many measures the center has to take, he said. as there are simply still too many unknowns. For instance, the outcome of the NIH indirect rate cut policy is still up in the air, not knowing how it's going to shake out. It just freezes everybody into inaction. Adding to the uncertainty is disruptions to key parts of the National Institute of Health approval process for proposed grants. Although some meetings of study sections in which grant applications are reviewed resumed at the start of the month, meetings of advisory councils have not. Each of the 27 institutes of the National Institute of Health have its own advisory council, which meets 3 times a year to issue final recommendations on new research projects. None of these councils, none, have met since January 22nd. Communications freezes were ordered across all health agencies. A law called the Federal Advisory Committee Act requires that advisory councils post meeting details in the Federal Register 15 days prior to their scheduled date. But because submissions to the Federal Register have been put on hold indefinitely, these meetings can't take place. And without these meetings, no new grants can be funded. According to one NIH employee, at least one NIH meeting scheduled for this Friday to allow an institute director to provide updates that could proceed because it has been posted to the Federal Register was nonetheless canceled Wednesday. This was because the meeting was specified it would include a session open to the public. But because a ban remains in place on any public communications, meetings with open sessions cannot be held. And they can't update the Federal Registry with a revised agenda stating no open session because the Federal Registry is closed. Principal investigators who had been counting on awards to pay the salaries of new graduate students and postdocs are now left wondering if their labs will be able to make it through the summer, let alone take on new members. Referencing the hold on submissions to the Federal Register, MIT neuroscientist Nancy Canwisher proposed on social media Wednesday, "So much for the grant I submitted last September, which was supposed to be reviewed last week. Hardly the biggest tragedy on the current scale of things, but it will force me to severely downsize my already small lab." Fears were similar for one computational genomics researcher at a prominent East Coast institution who asked for anonymity for fear of being targeted by the Trump administration. We have people coming to visit the lab next week, and these are students we haven't made offers to yet because we can't. I don't know what I'm going to tell them. Beyond the immediate harm to young scientists, he worries about the long-term damage to fields like computer science and biomedical engineering, areas where the U.S. has long been the world leader. If we stop training students, we're going to lose the lead very quickly, he said. It's not clear anyone else is going to pick up the ball. We're just going to be worse off and people won't even be aware of it. It's hard to notice when it takes 20 years instead of 10 to get a cure. Cuts within the NIH are also adding to the rapidly constricting pool of places prospective scientists can go and train. Since the 1960s, the NIH has provided opportunities for recent college graduates to spend 1 or 2 years in a full-time research position within one of the institute's labs, which many scientists see as a key tool for recruiting young people into biomedical fields. On February 1st, a notice appeared on the NIH website announcing that all training programs had paused recruitment, pending guidance from Health and Human Services. The NIH's post-bac program, which provides recent college graduates with research positions in career advising, and last year admitted roughly 1,600 people, will not be accepting any new applicants for 2025, according to an NIH employee who asked for anonymity for fear, of course, that's my ad, of repercussions. It's a vital link in the training of doctors and biomedical scientists in the country. The NIH employee said, "You can't find a medical school or a biomedical program that doesn't have students from the post-bac program." and it's ended. While the Trump administration may be hoping that the headwinds in creating for academic hiring may push recent graduates or newly minted PhDs into the private industry, it's unlikely to play out that way because of the speed and scale of the disruption. Pharmaceutical firms are not going to suddenly open up more jobs for graduates to adapt to this situation, said Ding. More likely is that people will start looking for opportunities outside the United States or wind up without jobs altogether. At this point, it's still too early to say if these are the first signs of losing a generation of scientists. But even people like Ding, who track the data that could provide clues about how extensive the damage will be, are facing uncertainty about their ability to continue their own work. Her plan to hire a postdoc are currently on hold as she waits to find out if a grant she has through the National Science Foundation, which is facing its own dramatic cuts, will come through. I mean, honestly, I'm here because I said at the beginning, some 9 hours ago, that I was going to stand here because what is going on in America is not normal. We've gone through healthcare cuts. We've gone through Social Security being attacked and undermined and slashed, Department of Education. But if those things don't worry you, statements like this should. It's still a little too early to say that these things are the first signs of losing a generation of American scientists. I know this. I've been privileged. I've studied at Oxford University overseas. I've studied at Stanford University in Silicon Valley, and I've studied at Yale. And watched friends get degrees in the sciences in things I couldn't spell. And they had options, not just in America, but the brightest minds on the planet Earth. There's a global competition going on for them. From Canada to Oxford to countries in Asia. If you're telling me thousands of people right now, 71 days into the Trump administration, are losing opportunities in the sciences to do research in the most important areas of human endeavor, can't get hired, they will go elsewhere. For over a generation, America has led the planet Earth because of this combination between research universities, private sector industry, and government. How do I know this? Because I'm here because of it. The whole computer revolution in America was because incredible computer science researchers at academic institutions were partnering with industry and being funded in many ways by the government, and it helped companies like IBM with their mainframes dominate. My dad was one of IBM's first Black people hired as a salesman in the Washington, D.C., Maryland area. My company became, my parents were IBMers. Because when scientific endeavor explodes into new industry, new ideas, new biomedical breakthroughs, it creates a ripple effect through our economy, lifting so many people up. And in 71 days, Donald Trump's actions have led scientific articles like this to talk about a postdoc program which provides bright, recent college graduates, brilliant people, 1,600 of them, to usually get jobs, has been canceled. And this article laments from scientists, not political people, not politicians, that this is a crisis. It's a crisis in America. And we haven't held one hearing on this in Congress. Yet, university after university, I can't be the only senator having this happen. Not just from my state, the universities are coming from New York to California, sounding the alarm that we are going to lose our competitive edge against one of our greatest competitors, China, who is doubling down, as the article said, in research on the sciences. But let me just give you some examples. and then I'll yield for a question. I just want to talk about some New Jersey institutions that have written me out. Rutgers has been a partner in the Air Force Research Laboratory's Minority Leaders Research Collaborative Program. That grant, which has been led by the Ohio State University, is on pause. God forbid they use the word minority, and the annual program review and summer internship programs are not expected to happen this year. Rutgers School of Nursing has been working with the Institute of Human Virology in Nigeria on an action to sustain precision and integrated HIV response towards epidemic control. And they were funded through a CDC and PEPFAR grant. A stop work order came in. Multiple Rutgers entities have received communications from federal agencies related to DEIA cancellation of apprenticeship programs. Many conferences have been canceled that are trying to find the best minds wherever they might be, because there's many geniuses at Howard and Fisk and Morehouse that are often overlooked. Anika Barber, faculty of the Rutgers Department of Molecular Biology and Biochemistry, writes me this: Rutgers holds an NIH initiative for maximizing student development training grant that supports an additional 5 doctoral students. This grant expires in January 2026, and we put in for a renewal this fall, for which I wrote a letter of support. However, it seems likely that this grant proposal will not even be reviewed. I just completed the first year of funding on my NIH Maximizing Investigations Research Award and put in my progress report for the next years of funding. These are non-competing renewals, which means they don't go through peer review. In the past, they were reviewed by the NIH program officials to ensure that the funds are being managed in accordance with the approval grant and the research findings. However, NIH has been extremely slow to process even these non-competitive renewals. This type of grant requires a plan for enhancing the work. I want to read this last letter. It's handwritten. I am writing you not only as a concerned parent who believes in progress, education, and the power of science to improve lives. My daughter is a PhD in neuroscience, dedicating her life to research that has the potential to save countless lives. As a minority in science, she has worked tirelessly to overcome barriers in a field that is already competitive and demanding. Watching the current political attacks on research funding is devastating, not just for her future, but for the future of the American country. Science is not political, it serves all people. Yet funding cuts to agencies like NIH and the National Science Foundation threaten to halt critical research that leads to medical breakthroughs. These cuts will not only slow progress in fighting diseases like cancer, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's, but they will also discourage young, diverse scientists, many of whom have already fought hard to be in these spaces, from staying in the field. This is not just about scientists. It's about every American. Diseases do not know political parties. Without adequate research funding, we are all at risk of losing the chance for better treatments, new cures, and improved health care. If we truly want a stronger and more innovative America, we must invest in science, not abandon it. Defunding research will also harm our economy. Scientific innovation drives job creation, medical advancements, and global progress. A country that does not invest in science is a country that falls behind. I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I thank the senator. What the senator is outlining is an extraordinary assault, not just on education, but on the knowledge economy. I want to bring manufacturing jobs back to this country. But I understand, I think everybody understands, that we are not going to be a nation filled with low-skill manufacturing jobs. We are going to be a nation that does high-skill manufacturing. We are going to be a nation that invents things. We are going to be a nation that is dependent on engineering and on invention. We're going to be a knowledge economy. We are today, but we're going to be even more reliant on maintaining and expanding our knowledge edge on the rest of the world, given the fact that the pace of change and the oncoming transformation that will come from robotics and AI will make it even more important for a nation to have the most highly skilled, most highly educated workforce possible in order to stay ahead of the curve and not have employment be buried by automation and artificial intelligence. So this is a moment in which we should be doubling down on our support for the knowledge economy, on that integration of public sector research and private sector research, which has always been the genius of the American economy. We did that integration better than anybody, and it is not coincidental that we leapfrogged the rest of the world when it came to that innovation economy. But what the senator is explaining is that the Trump administration is waging a war on the knowledge economy, is literally signing our economic death warrant by coming after the foundational strength of our nation, which is that public-private sector integration. I just checked in with the University of Connecticut, which is going to lose $165 million because of this illegal change that the Trump administration has implemented, dramatically cutting the amount of research dollars that go to institutions with NIH grants. I'll just read like half their list. They gave me the list of all the research projects that are going to either be eliminated or slowed or diminished. A project for improving physical and cognitive function in aging, a project on improving outcomes for people with autism, problem on understanding neural mechanisms for language and reading, including for people with dyslexia, funding for prevention and care for HIV patients, projects for studying the leading causes of death and disability in the United States, including cancer, obesity, Alzheimer's disease, and substance abuse, projects studying treatments for rare diseases and genetic disorders with specific impacts on health, including sickle cell, mitochondrial disorders, Rett syndrome and Prader-Willi syndrome, muscle and bone regeneration research, tick-borne diseases. University of Connecticut faces the same crisis as all the other institutions listed in that incredibly long and comprehensive Stat News article. And as you mentioned, researchers are not going to wait around for this crisis to pass. They are going to accept offers from research institutions in other countries, from our European allies to our Asian competitors. We are going to lose our competitive edge when it comes to research. It is worth noting that this change in research funding is illegal. Article 1 vests the spending power of the federal government in Congress. That's plain and simple. And there's lots of good reasons why our founding fathers did that, Senator Booker. They were determined to keep the spending power out of the hands of the executive branch because they had seen how the British king had used the Treasury in order to compel loyalty and to punish opposition. You get money if you're loyal to me. I withhold money from you if you are disloyal to me. And so Congress got the spending power. We decided the exact rate of reimbursement for medical research. We were very specific about it in the statute that we passed, Republicans and Democrats. This cut in funding for institutes of higher education's research that has been implemented by the administration is illegal on its face. Congress said exactly how research funding should be allocated.
the president is ignoring that statute and implementing a unilateral cut. It has been enjoined by the federal court. Hopefully, if the courts follow the law, it will be permanently stopped. But it is important to note that it stands in a larger context of the federal government using its spending power, the Trump administration trying to seize control of federal spending in order to do that work that our founding fathers were so worried about. We have seen over the past several weeks the administration march through school after school, trying to cut individual deals with institutions of higher education. We will release your funding only after you sign a bilateral agreement with the administration, lining your Institute of Higher Education's priorities up with the political interests of the administration. This is exactly what our founding fathers were trying to avoid. The executive using the spending power to compel loyalty from individuals and institutions. What they are doing is illegal. And it is beyond me why my Republican colleagues, our Republican colleagues, stand idly by. Well, the spending power vested in Congress by the Constitution is ripped from us. But Senator Booker, I guess I'm going to ask you the same question I did when it came to this assault on Social Security. And it's a simple question, and I'll lay out a little bit of a predicate. The question is why? What the administration has done is extraordinary. Proposing to close the Department of Education, wildly unpopular. Nobody's asking for that. Waging this illegal and unconstitutional assault on our knowledge economy. Suspending funding for institutions of higher education research budgets when plainly the statute says they cannot do that. So why engage in this extraordinary action to essentially destroy America's knowledge economy from elementary school all the way up to graduate education? Well, as we've talked about, as you laid out, it can't be because you're trying to help the economy. This destroys the economy. I mean, this is the worst thing that you could probably do for the economy, is to wage this open, transparent, proudful assault on research. Because we will not survive as an economy unless we are the place where cutting-edge research and invention happens. We just won't. And so researchers now who are having all of their offers suspended by major colleges and universities, they're looking elsewhere. Maybe they're hoping that the offer still comes through, but they're dialing up other competitors, many of them outside of the United States. There was a story out of the University of Cambridge in England a couple weeks ago in which their administrators were talking about the bounty that they are receiving as some of the highest class researchers in the world are coming to them because they don't believe that they will have any source of stable funding from the United States. So it can't be about helping us create jobs or supporting our economy. This is no doubt an assault on the economy. One of the complaints that I hear often about elementary and secondary education is that the Department of Education was engaged in micromanagement, right? That it was a federal school board, and we want to get the federal government out of the business of dictating what local schools will do. Well, that's not a credible explanation for what's happening, because in fact, the Trump administration is telegraphing that they are going to actually jump into the micromanagement of our local schools. Nobody has any idea what DEI means. Like, let's just be honest. It means something different to every single official in the Trump administration. It's just a proxy to impose a set of reactionary right-wing values on our schools. or on our federal agencies. I asked a question of the nominee to be the alleged last Secretary of Education as to whether or not African American history could be taught in our high schools any longer. And her answer was essentially, maybe not. I don't know, but DEI might mean that you can't teach African American history. It might mean that the federal government is going to comb through every syllabus in every high school in the entire country and tell you what courses you can teach and what courses you can't. And if there's any words in there that our AI algorithm doesn't like African, can't teach it. That's a level of micromanagement never seen before in the federal government. And so the reason that they are cracking down on the Department of Education or eliminating funding for research is not because they are trying to get the federal government out of the management of our schools, because they're doing exactly the opposite. They're telling you that your school is not going to be able to make decisions on what classes it offers its students. It's going to be Linda McMahon, the former CEO of the World Wrestling Federation, that is going to be in charge of whether your school can teach African American history. Okay? So then what's the reason, Senator Booker? And I'll, just give you a couple suggestions. Well, maybe it's just to compel loyalty, right? Maybe it's just to use that money to compel loyalty so that boards of education or colleges are only teaching conservative or right-leaning curriculum. Maybe it's to try to quell protest on campuses so that there isn't an ability for students to robustly protest the policies of the regime. Maybe it's just to destroy the idea of objective truth. I mean, this whole scandal over Signal has lots of elements to it, but I think one of the most worrying things for the American public, why it's still a story a week later, is because the Secretary of Defense looked the American public in the eye and said 2 + 2 = 9. Right? He said, those Signal texts you saw did not involve war plans, did not involve classified information. And the American public was like, wait a second, we read them. I'm not dumb. I know those were war plans. I know that that was classified information. But if you are in the business of trying to unwind a democracy, you have to destroy objective truth. You have to make everything political. You have to make everything subjective. Where is objective truth midwifed? It's in our education system. That's where we learn that 2 + 2 = 4 every time. But if you want to undermine the foundation of a democracy, then you undermine the place where truth happens. Okay, maybe it's the same agenda with Social Security. Just come up with an excuse to privatize it all. Just take all the money that's going to good public sector research and just move it all into the private sector so it can be a source to reward the friends of President Trump. That could be a rationale as well. Or maybe it's even simpler. Maybe it's just to own the libs. Maybe it's just that historically, Democrats and the left have maybe talked about education more than Republicans have, even though to me it was always something we both cared about. Whether or not I agreed with George Bush's No Child Left Behind plan, at least he was walking into the Capitol with a plan to try to improve education. But maybe it's just that, Democrats and the left have historically talked more about education. And if you believe, as Donald Trump does, that all politics is zero-sum, anything that Democrats are for must be, by definition, bad for America. And Democrats seem to like college, and they seem to really support our schools. So we have to destroy our colleges, and we have to destroy public education, because if the left is for it, it must be evil. Maybe that's the reason they're doing it. But that's the question I pose to you, because It has nothing to do with our economy. It has nothing to do with getting the federal government out of the management of schools and colleges. There's another agenda here, and it doesn't seem to be an agenda that squares with anything the American people have been asking, Senator Booker.
I just want to answer you. I would drive myself mad trying to understand what the ambitions of Trump was, or the ambitions behind some of the crazy stuff in Project 2025 that he said wasn't there. They tried to run away from it because it was so unpopular, and now so much of it is being done. It almost sounds like too partisan, too insane. What I do want to do, Senator Murphy, in answer to your question, all I can do is try to be as fair and factual in describing what's happening in our country and appeal to people who are moderates in this country, the people who are fair arbiters of what's happening, to try to appeal to them that this is a crisis. So when university after university after university is cutting scientific research, stopping bringing in the best minds, PhD candidates, postdocs, when they're telling you that they're stopping investment in state-of-the-art research buildings, when they're telling you that they're shutting down programs to bring the youngest, brightest minds in, and our competitor, China, is doing the exact opposite, flowing money through, because China understands if we get 2 steps ahead of America on quantum computing, we can break all kinds of encryptions. We can locate every submarine they have. China understands if we can get 2 steps ahead of America on artificial intelligence, it's an end game for them. This is a global competition, and a president in 71 days, if you are a moderate in America and just want America to win in human endeavor, look at what the president is doing. And here's to the point you were driving, Senator Murphy. It is Orwellian. The bastions of freedom that are our universities, as an article from Fareed Zakaria has said, even with universities that got too woke and had too excesses, the antidote to that isn't to try to shut down the thought of the left. It's to try to make a fair, more competitive marketplace for ideas from all around the political spectrum. But this isn't about politics. It's about science. It's about research. It's about cutting NIH funding, science funding. But I want to stick with that because that's the controversial nub, right? Like, we need to go after DEI programs. I'm hearing it all the time. It was like the confusion I had 5 years ago when people were asking me, the Republicans are talking about critical race theory. I have, as my father says, I got more degrees in the month of July, but I'm not hot. But I had to go back and research what is critical race theory. Oxford, Stanford, Yale graduate, I didn't sure what they were talking about. And this is the rub on that, because I don't want to just talk about what's obvious, which should enrage people on both sides of the aisle, not just enrage people on both sides of the aisle because of the China outcompeting us, but because we allocated this money in a bipartisan way that he's now trying to pull back. That should enrage us as a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. But I want to stick in this more controversial era that you talked about, that has all across the country people banning books. When I heard Toni Morrison's Bluest Eye was being taken out of libraries, when I heard my favorite author, James Baldwin, was being taken out of libraries, what kind of world do we live in? We're somehow studying what they call Black history is something that we have to, that Trump feels like it's to rally people to stop, where a person going for the Department of Education can't look you in the eye and says, yes, we need to study Black history. Well, I get upset with that because Black history is American history. I had a brilliant friend of mine, brilliant, look with me in deadpan embarrassment and tell me he just found out that year about the bombing in Tulsa, Oklahoma, something I worked with Senator Lankford to do more to memorialize, but just never knew about it. That this thriving African-American financial community was the first recorded aerial bombing, not Pearl Harbor, in the United States of America, and he was never taught it. Is that Black history or is that American history? Why do these people who attack our history think they have to sanitize, homogenize American, Disneyify American history to make us proud? I am more proud of our country when we tell the truth about what happened, when we learn from the wretchedness and the difficulties and the bigotries and the hates and the demagogues who pit us against each other and how we all overcame that. That's our greatness. How the genius of inventors that were women or Blacks in the most oppressive of times still manifested their genius that transformed humanities. These are stories that should make every American more proud. So yeah, when you have a president now that is making people scrape through programs that they don't even know what they're doing, but if they have the word diversity in it, that's bad? That's insanity. My mom worked for IBM before they used words like DEI, and one of her jobs was to find a bigger pool of highly qualified applicants. And so you know what she did is what is being stopped by the Trump administration? She just made sure that they were going to HBCUs to find the brightest students so that their applicant pool would be better. This isn't about preferential treatment for one group over another. It's about trying to create a more competitive pool where we get the best of the best. It's about merit-based. And this president talks about merit, and I watched Senator Whitehouse ask one of the top lawyers in the EPA if he'd ever brought a case, if he had a hearing, if he ever did a deposition. No. And he's like, wait a minute, how are you qualified for this job? And that's the conflict in the logic that I'm observing. In one sense, they're exalting the wealthy elites. I have never imagined that I would see a presidential inauguration where billionaires, leaders of tech companies would sit in front of cabinet members, many of whom were billionaires themselves, but that kind of elitism, but yet they call academic excellence, brilliance and achievement in the sciences at these universities the elites that we need to go after. If we start going after our educational institutions and weakening their ability to advance excellence in human endeavor, we are injuring ourselves, and we have models for that. As Fareed Zakaria says, the best model is Mao Zedong and the Cultural Revolutions, where one of the first groups they went after were their universities. But now they're reversing that. And they watched what we did so well that they're doubling down on their funding of universities. They're taking their best scientists and taking away their passports because they don't want them to come here and study. Because they're trying to get ahead of us with DeepSeek and AI. They're trying to get ahead of us in quantum computing. They're trying to get ahead of us in robotics. They're trying to get ahead of us in biomedical engineering. They're trying to get ahead of us in all of these things. And they know the way they do it is to do what America did in the 60s, the 70s, 80s, the 90s, the aughts, the 2010s. To do what they did in all those times, and look at them now. Look at them now. I will yield while still retaining the floor.
I take the gentleman's point, my friend's point, right? I am probing tonight for the why, right? Because it's the obvious question. It doesn't make sense, right? On its face, this intentional chaos in Social Security, in Medicare, in higher education, it doesn't make sense. It's not about efficiency. It's not about jobs. So what is it about? But your point is a good one. That may not actually be the conversation that a lot of apolitical Americans are asking. They may just be looking at this on the face and say, how does it impact me? Doesn't matter to me why it's happening. It just matters to me how it's going to impact me. And there's just no doubt that this assault on higher education has an impact. It does, because we are, as you've said it better than I have, we are just in a race.
Yes.
We are just in a race, and we just decided to slow down to a walk, which is a shame because we're fast. You know, we're fast. This country is quick. And our coach just told us, start walking while the other guys speed up. And this is why we have urgency, because the race is, this one's not maybe it's a marathon, but it's one of those races where if the other team gets too big a lead, it's going to be hard to catch up. And so in the next 3.5 years, if we just stand down in terms of supporting the knowledge economy, we're going to shed millions of jobs. And once those centers of excellence, research excellence, are outside of the United States, it's not like the next president can just come back in and fix it. That becomes a permanent liability for us. So the reason that I'm here on the floor with you, Senator Booker, is because I agree with you that this is not normal, but I also agree with you that we got to wake our colleagues up fast, because like a second ago, I thought we all agreed on the fact that we need to support the knowledge economy. Like 2 seconds ago, we were all raising hands together, Republicans and Democrats, that we finally started putting big new dollars into NIH. We did a $2 billion increase, I think, a few years ago, and it was a big bipartisan achievement. And all of a sudden, just because Donald Trump is in the White House, we've lost the bipartisan consensus around supporting the knowledge economy.
And you go back to your question. I know you want to get your last question out before I jump into the next area. It's so related to this, immigration. I mean, the brightest minds on the planet Earth that are coming here now are terrified to come here, but we'll talk about that.
I've made my point.
Oh, you made your point. I just wanted to say something to you, because you just got me triggered when you said we had some consensus over the last 4 years that we were here. I love how you said just yesterday. I remember the CHIPS and Science Act. That was a bipartisan bill. I was sitting in a skiff with all of us, and I watched our whole national security apparatus talk about why science endeavors in chip making and the breakthroughs that are happening on chips are so essential for our national security, and how we had to stay ahead of the competition. And we marched out of that meeting in a bipartisan fashion. We saw this in the bipartisan work we've been doing on AI here, talking about how America has to lead in this area. And with all of that bipartisan vigor, we let a president come in 71 days and halt scientific research, pausing literally experiments in their tracks, halting researchers in their tracks, shaking universities to the core that are afraid of free expression for getting on the wrong side of dear leader, that it might cost them their science funding. So you are putting your finger on it. But can I just say something on a personal level? Because I just want to remind folks, as we close in on the 10th hour, that you and I were here for 15, and you are here. You are here because you agree with me. You agree with me that from science and research to higher education, to the Department of Education, Social Security, to healthcare in America, we are at a crisis. Any one of those alone should have Americans. But the case we're making going through all these, pulling from people on the left and the right. We've quoted Republican governors, we've quoted Republican mayor organizations, represented by organizations. We've quoted Republican business people. We've quoted for the Wall Street Journal, Cato Institute's coming up. This is not a partisan crisis that people across the spectrum are pointing to. But I do want to point out that you've been such a good friend to me to spend 10 hours almost on the floor, and it means a lot to me tonight. So thank you for that as I switch to healthcare. And I appreciate the sentiment that you have and that you had after the Pulse shooting, that you were so worried about when I listened to your maiden speech when you first got here to the Senate, that we would normalize gun violence in this country. And what I'm worried about, I share your worry there, I grew up in a time where fire drills were the big thing. In that space between people ducking and covering because of nuclear fears, and left school before we were a country that had more active shooter drills than fire drills. And we just sort of are normalizing this terror in our country and haven't stepped up to the challenge of really doing something about it. But this is one of these crises where if we act like business as usual, 71 days so far of the Trump administration, when we get to 100 days, catastrophic things could have happened to Medicaid and healthcare. The crashing of research for science, the attacks on the programs our senior citizens rely on. We as a country have to, as I said at the very beginning, 10 hours ago almost, we have to do what John Lewis challenged us to do, to stand up, to speak up, to get into good trouble, necessary trouble. And tonight, my friend, in the wee hours, so many songs about 4 a.m. It's like the hour that nobody should be awake. And I want to thank the presiding officer for being here. I want to thank the clerks and the parliamentary staff and the impositions. But the cries of American citizens for their leaders to do something different, to stand up, to speak up, I felt like this has to be done. And so let's keep going. Almost 10 hours in, I'm thankful, but we're going to start the next section. And like I'm trying to do in all of these is I'm trying to elevate the voices that don't get to come to this place, the voices that I'm hearing from, voices that identify themselves sometimes as I'm a Republican veteran, I'm a Democrat, but most of them are just people that are just saying, this is not normal. Many of them are saying, do something. Some of them who get me very emotional saying, what can I do? I get that question a lot. What can I do? Tell me what I can do to try to stop this. We're going to take this issue of immigration. And here is, I'm not sure where this person is from. My staff has covered it up probably to protect a person's identity, but I'm going to read this handwritten note. Oh, it's from New Jersey. Thank you. Senator Booker, please continue to fight the good fight against the injustices being done by the current administration. I am the pastor of Emmanuel Lutheran Church in New Brunswick. As a faith leader and your constituent, I am deeply concerned about the treatment of LGBTQ people and immigrants by this administration. The demonization and marginalization of these groups is unchristian and deeply offensive to the values of my faith. I ask that you continue to oppose all executive orders and legislation that targets these groups. You have been a consistent ally. Please continue to be a champion for justice for all people, but especially the most vulnerable. Another person. Late yesterday, in fact, court filings from the Trump administration revealed that they mistakenly deported a Maryland father with protected legal status to this horrific prison in El Salvador. Abrego Garcia is married to a United States citizen and has a 5-year-old disabled child who is a U.S. citizen. He has no criminal record in the United States, but despite receiving a legal status called withholding of removal, where a United States immigration judge found that it is more likely than not to face persecution if deported to El Salvador, the Trump administration deported him where? To the very country from which he fled gang violence. Here's the story that was written about him in The Atlantic. The Trump administration acknowledged in the court filing Monday that it had grabbed a Maryland father with protected legal status and mistakenly deported him to El Salvador, but said that the U.S. courts lack jurisdiction to order his return from the mega prison where he's now locked up. The case appears to be the first time the Trump administration has admitted to errors when it sent 3 plane loads of Salvadorians and Venezuelan deportees to El Salvador's grim terrorism confinement center on March 15th. Attorneys for several Venezuelan deportees have said that the Trump administration falsely labeled their clients as gang members because of their tattoos. But in Monday's court filing, attorneys for the government admitted that the Salvadorian man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was deported accidentally. Although ICE was aware of his protection from removal to El Salvador, Abrego Garcia was removed to El Salvador because of an administrative error, the government told the court. Trump lawyers said the court has no ability to bring him back now that Abrego Garcia is in Salvadorian custody. Simon Sandoval Moschenberg, Abrego Garcia's attorney, said he's never seen a case in which the government knowingly deported someone who had already received protected legal status from an immigration judge. He is asking the court to order the Trump administration to ask for Abrego Garcia's return and, if necessary, to withhold payment to the Salvadorian government, which says it's charging the United States $6 million a year to jail U.S. deportees. The Trump administration told the court to dismiss the request on multiple grounds, including Trump's primacy in foreign affairs. Primacy in foreign affairs. I'm not going to stop now, but I ask anybody who's read the Constitution to understand that the President of the United States is not king. He does not have primacy in foreign affairs. I continue with the article. The claim that the court is powerless to order any relief, Sandoval Moschenberg told me. If that's true, the immigration laws are meaningless, all of them, because the government can do whatever they want, whenever they want, wherever they want, and no court can do anything about it once it's done. Court filings show Abrego Garcia came to the United States at the age of 16 in 2011, fleeing gang threats in his native El Salvador. In 2019, he received a form of protected legal status known as withholding of removal from a U.S. immigration judge who found he would likely be targeted by gangs if he was deported back. Abrego Garcia, who is married to a U.S. citizen and has a 5-year-old disabled child who is also a U.S. citizen, has no criminal record in the United States, according to his attorney. The Trump administration does not claim he has a criminal record, but called him a danger to the community. They called him an active member of MS-13, the Salvadorian gang that Trump has declared a foreign terrorist organization. Sandoval Moschenberg said those charges are false, and the gang label stems from a 2019 incident when Abrego Garcia and 3 other men were detained in Home Depot parking lot by a police detective in Prince George's County, Maryland. During questioning, one of the men told officers Abrego was a gang member, but the man offered no proof, and police say they didn't believe him. Filings show police did not identify him as a gang member. Abrego Garcia was not charged with the crime, but he was handed over to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement after the arrest to face deportation. In those proceedings, the government claimed that a reliable informant had identified him as a ranking member of MS-13. Abrego Garcia and his family hired an attorney and fought the government's attempt to deport him. He received withholding of removal 6 months later, that protective status. It's not a path to permanent U.S. residency, but it means the government won't deport him back to his home country because it's more likely than not that he'll face harm there. Abrego Garcia has no contact with any law enforcement agency since his release, according to its attorney. He works full-time as a union sheet metal apprentice, has complied with requirements to check in annually with ICE, and cares for his 5-year-old son who has autism and a hearing defect and is unable to communicate verbally. On March 12th, Abrego Garcia had picked up his son after work from the boy's grandmother's house when ICE officers stopped the car, saying his protective status had changed. Officers waited for Abrego's wife to come to the scene and take care of the boy, then drove away with him in handcuffs. Within 2 days, he had been transferred to an ICE staging facility in Texas, along with other detainees the government was preparing to send to El Salvador. Trump had invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, and the government planned to deport 2 plane loads of Venezuelans along with a separate group of Salvadorians. Abrego's family has no contact with him since he was sent to the mega prison in El Salvador known as the CECOT, C-E-C-O-T. His wife spotted her husband in the news photographs released by Salvadorian President Buckle on the morning of March 16th, after a U.S. district judge had told the Trump administration to halt the flights. Oopsie, Buckle wrote on social media, taunting the judge. Abrego Garcia's wife recognized her husband's decorative arm tattoo and scars, according to the court filing. The image showed Salvadoran guards in black ski masks frog marching him into the prison with his head down, shoved down toward the floor. The CCOT is the same prison Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem visited last week, recording videos for social media while standing in front of a cell packed with silent detainees. If the government wants to deport someone with protective status, the standard course would be to reopen the case and introduce new evidence arguing for deportation. The deportation of a protective status holder has even stunned some government attorneys. I've been in touch with who are tracking the case, who declined to be named because they weren't authorized to speak to the press. One of those people texted me, "What, period, the period, expletive, period." Sandoval Moshenberg told the court he believes Trump officials deported his client through extrajudicial means because they believed that going through the immigration judge process took too long and they feared that they might not win after all their cases. Officials at ICE and the Department of Homeland Security did not respond to a question for comment. The Monday court filing by the government indicates officials knew Abrego Garcia had legal protections shielding him from deportation to El Salvador. ICE was aware of this grant, withholding the removal at a time of Abrego Garcia's removal from the United States. Reference was made to a status on internal forms. Abrego Garcia was not on the initial manifest of the deportation flight, but was listed as, in quotes, an alternate. The government attorneys explained, as other detainees were removed from the flight for various reasons, Abrego Garcia, in quotes, moved up the list. The flight manifest did not indicate that Abrego Garcia should not be removed. The attorney said through administrative error, Abrego Garcia was removed from the United States to El Salvador. This was an oversight, the government admitted. But despite this, they told the court that Abrego Garcia's deportation was carried out in good faith. I'm going to go into this section now, and I'm going to read things by conservative justices and liberal justices to some of the most conservative Supreme Court justices that say this is outrageous in this nation. No one. There are parts of this Constitution, and I'm going to talk about them, that talk about due process, about fundamental American ideals. But this story and the few others I've heard where Americans that have the status to stay here, that have an American spouse, American children, who will be traumatized by this case, a disabled child whose working father, who's struggling to take care of one of our children, an American child with an American mother. We were told that the president said he was going to be focusing on criminals, and these trumped up charges where they admit in court they made a mistake, but write such mocking things to judges like whoopsie on social media, this cruelty, this is not who we are. So let's talk about the Constitution first. The Fifth and the 14th Amendment, the Fifth and the 14th Amendment, the Fifth and the 14th Amendments say that no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law. The central promise of those words is an assurance that all levels of the American government must operate within the law and the bounds of this Constitution, that everybody in this chamber swears an oath to uphold the Constitution. But every single day, it just seems our president is challenging constitutional principles, pushing past constitutional boundaries. Every day we're hearing news stories of immigrants, some here legally, some awaiting trial, most charged with no crimes, being rounded up, detained, arrested, deported, often just disappeared. This is happening without charges, evidence, trials, hearings, without what the Constitution says, due process. This is what other governments done. We've talked about it. In the Foreign Relations Committee, we complain about it to nations across the earth when they do not show due process, where they disappear people. Maybe you're an immigrant that's never broken the law. Maybe you're a citizen. Even if you think the administration's immigration agenda doesn't apply to you, please know that the reckless behavior we're seeing erodes all of our rights. And the American mother and the American child right now, whose husband was unjustly and illegally deported and is right now in an El Salvadorian prison, think about them. Denying due process is a slippery slope. We've seen it in other countries with democratic backsliding. It is a slippery slope. If people can be detained and deported without a hearing, detained and deported without due process, without seeing a judge, nothing will stop from slipping toward deporting others, making mistakes with an American. I'm one of these people in this body that thinks our immigration system is in desperate need of reform. It was last updated 40 years ago. 40 years ago was the last time we acted to update our immigration laws. The failure to update our laws has resulted in our country's inability to manage unprecedented levels of global migration that are not just affecting our country, but are affecting others. It's an unprecedented influx of applications to enter the United States. It's put pressure and strain on our immigration system. It's slowed down processing times for millions of people trying to immigrate or naturalize legally and made it more difficult to incentivize the world's brightest minds to come here to contribute to our country's long-term success. For millions of Americans, immigration is not a political issue, it's a personal one. There are immigrants around my state and in every state who have waited year after year for Congress to find bipartisan agreement to improve our system in ways that most Americans agree on, whether you're right or left. They've been waiting for Congress to fix our outdated immigration laws, to secure our borders, to dedicate the resources necessary for USCIS to fix the outrageously long processing times for immigrations and provide a pathway to legal status for long-term American residents who have followed our laws, contributed to our societies, and some of them know no other country because they came here when they were just months old. Our immigration laws are so outdated, even the conservative Cato Institute published a comprehensive policy analysis in 2023 titled, "Why Legal Immigration is Nearly Impossible." In it, the Cato Institute explains, I quote, "Today, fewer than 1% of the people who want to move permanently to the United States can do so legally. Legal immigration is less like waiting in line and more like winning the lottery. It happens, but it's so rare that it's irrational to expect it in any individual case." The Cato Institute continues, "For some immigrants, this restrictive system sends them back into the black market of illegal immigration. For others, it sends them to other countries where they contribute to the quality of life in their homes. And for still others, it requires them to remain in their homeland, often underemployed, sometimes in danger. Whatever the outcome, the system punishes both prospective immigrants and Americans who would associate, contract, and trade with them. Congress and the administration can do better." I've met with conservatives, I've met with business groups, I've met with agricultural leaders who all talk to common sense things we should be doing to improve our immigration system, to protect our borders, yes, but to improve our economy, to improve our scientific research, to improve our quality of life. The only way to fix our broken immigration system is for Congress to fix it, to pass comprehensive immigration reform. But instead of a leader, strong leaders who go before Congress taking on the most complex issues, but yet have the courage to stand before Congress and pull them together to do hard things, instead of doing that, the last time we made progress in this body, President Trump actively blocked bipartisan legislation. Now he's imposed policies that aren't just going after criminals, they're dragging in so many others. When President Trump stopped Republicans from voting on the bipartisan bill that was negotiated in the Senate last year, he stopped us from making strides towards the larger fixes we need. The administration's immigration plans are not helping American citizens who are submitting applications so that their spouse or fiance who is waiting in another country can finally join them in the United States. The administration right now is not helping American citizens who have been waiting for years for a visa for their brother or their sister or their mother or their father. Uniting families is an American value. Americans aren't getting any relief from these extraordinarily long wait times. On the USCIS website, you can check the average processing times for these cases, and most Americans would be shocked, or maybe even horrified, to learn just how long it will take for you as an American citizen to bring a husband or a wife or even a child back to the United States with you. We checked this past weekend, and here are the numbers. For the I-129 fiance visa, the processing time for 80% of the cases is 8 months to 3 years. For an I-130 visa, if you're a U.S. citizen petitioning for your spouse, parent, or minor child, then the waiting time is any time from 17 months to 64 months. That's an average from anywhere from 1.5 years to over 5 years. For an I-90, if your green card is destroyed in a flood or a fire, 80% of people will be waiting for almost 1.5 years, 17 months, to just get a new copy. These numbers are shocking, and they don't even take into account long wait times for visa appointments at the U.S. consulate or embassies. In India, for example, the average wait time for an appointment is well over 400 days. American citizens, including thousands of my constituents in New Jersey, are so angry. They're waiting far too long for their cases to be prioritized and adjudicated. But when Trump relocates all the resources within our immigration system to conducting the largest mass deportation of people in history, American citizens are paying the price, not just from USCIS processing times. We pay the price because to do this, he is diverting actual law enforcement resources away from solving crimes and stopping terrorism. His actions are actually making us less safe. We pay the price because these policies are eroding constitutional principles, as well as making us less safe by taking law enforcement away from their efforts. This plan is about conditioning Americans to the suspension of due process, first for immigrants. If we let due process erode for immigrants, it erodes for Americans. Let me outline a little bit about how this is happening and why this is a crisis. 2 weeks ago, Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act. The Alien Enemies Act of 1798 allows the president to detain or deport the natives and citizens of an enemy nation that we are at war with. 1798 Act. The president can detain or deport these immigrants without a hearing, with no due process, even ones who are lawfully present in the United States. The Alien Enemies Act was last used during one of our country's darkest moments, the internment of Japanese, German, and Italian nationals during World War II. But even then, we still ensured that due process was followed. Prior to detention, people subjected to the Alien Enemies Act in the 1940s appeared before the Alien Enemy Hearing Board, where they could at least present evidence that they had no ties to Axis powers. As one circuit court judge recently said of Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act, there's no regulations and nothing was adopted by agency officials that were administrating this. The people weren't even given notice. They weren't told where they were going. They were given these people on those planes, they were getting those people on the planes on Saturday and had no opportunity to file habeas or any type of action to challenge their removal. The standards of 1940 during World War II were higher than the standards of this president? The following are people that Trump has targeted and removed without criminal charges, without a hearing, without evidence, to a prison rife with human rights abuses in El Salvador. These are the people that he has sent there. A tattoo artist seeking asylum who entered the country legally. An aspiring pop musician with a tattoo of a hummingbird. A 24-year-old who used to teach swim classes for children with developmental disabilities and has a tattoo of an autism awareness ribbon in honor of his brother. A Venezuelan who had fled violence in Venezuela last year and came to the United States to seek asylum. His lawyer wrote on social media, ICE alleged that his tattoos are gang-related. They are absolutely not. Our client worked in the arts in Venezuela. He is gay. LGBTQ, his tattoos are benign. He has no criminal record. Another Venezuelan removed to this El Salvadorian prison is a barber with no criminal history. Another professional is a professional soccer player, has a tattoo with a soccer ball and a rosary closely resembling the logo of his favorite soccer team. This is stunning. What we're doing. These people were swept up and sent to another prison known for its human rights abuses because they were Venezuelan and had tattoos, benign tattoos. An article was published in one periodical about the anguish from families. Here are a few excerpts from the article. You are here because of your tattoos. The Trump administration sent Venezuelans to El Salvador's most infamous prison. Their families are looking for answers. On Friday, March 14th, Arturo Suarez Trejo called his wife, Natalie Sanchez, from an immigration detention center in Texas. Suarez, a 33-year-old male, native of Caracas, Venezuela, explained that his deportation flight had been delayed. He told his wife he still would be home soon. Suarez did not go back to Venezuela. Still, there was at least a silver lining. In December, Sanchez had given birth to their daughter, Nahira. Suarez would finally have a chance to meet their 3-month-old baby girl he had never, ever seen. But Sanchez told the outlet she had not heard from Suarez since. Instead, last weekend, she found herself zooming in on a photo the government of El Salvador published of Venezuelan men the Trump administration had sent to President Nayib Bukele's infamous terrorism confinement center, or CCOT. I realized that one of them was my husband, she said. I recognized him by his tattoo, by his ear, and a scar on his chin. Even though I couldn't see his face, I knew it was him. The photo of Sanchez examined, a highly produced propaganda video promoted by Secretary of State and the White House, showed Venezuelans shackled in prison uniforms as they were pushed around by guards and had their heads shaved. The tattoo on Suarez's neck is of colibri, a hummingbird. His wife said it was meant to symbolize harmony and good energy. She said his other tattoos, like a palm tree on his hand, and an homage to Suarez's late mother's use of Venezuelan expression about God being greater than the coconut tree, were similarly innocuous. Needless to say, they may be why Suarez has been effectively disappeared by the U.S. government into an El Salvadorian mega prison. We must keep our country safe. Violent criminals, people with long criminal records who are not citizens, I think every American would agree. They should be deported. Immigrants to this country surprisingly have a much lower rate of breaking laws, but if they break laws, I agree. But maybe you're an immigrant that's never broken a law. Maybe you're a naturalized citizen. Maybe you were born here. The problem with this idea of disappearing people with no due process is once that foundation is laid, if they're able to defend that lack of due process, to use that law from the 1700s, we begin a process in this country that even conservative justices of the Supreme Court said is unjustifiable. Denying people due process pushes us down a road where more exceptions can be made. You cannot deny fundamental rights to another and not endanger them for yourself. We have created a system now, if Trump is successful, where you can just say, you can just claim, you can just point to someone and say they're from X country or claim that they're part of a gang. And without any due process, without any vetting, without going before any independent arbiter, you are disappeared. Because there's just no way to challenge them. No due process for non-citizens means that we are a country in violation of those ideals I talked about from here. It says at the beginning of this country, that says very simply, no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or pursuit or property. No one without due process of law. As soon as we break that, as soon as we violate that, we're going down a road. Anton Scalia, I confess, I've disagreed with him on so many things, but this conservative justice once sat in an interview with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They had a relationship that I think was special and shows that even people that have distinctly different views can still make real human connection in our country. They were asked by an interviewer whether undocumented people have the 5 freedoms: freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, and freedom to petition the government. Here is what the conservative Justice Scalia said. Oh, I think so. I think anybody who is present in the United States has protections under the United States Constitution. Americans abroad have that protection. Other people abroad do not. They don't have the protections of our constitutions, but anyone who is present in the United States has the protections of the United States Constitution. Anton Scalia, one of the most conservative members of the highest court in our land. And of course, Ginsburg, his ideological opposite, she concurred when she said, when we get to the 14th Amendment, it doesn't speak of citizens as some constitutions grant rights to citizens, but our Constitution says persons, and that the person is every person who was here in our country, documented or undocumented. Our Constitution is clear on the face. If you are an originalist like Anton Scalia and you read the Constitution's words, you have to stand for the idea that no one should be denied due process, that the government can't walk up to a human being and grab them off the street and put them on a plane and send them to one of the most notorious prisons in the world and just say, as one of our authority did, oopsie. Think about that. And that happened to a father of an American child. Think about that. That happened to a husband of an American woman. Think about that. That happened to a man who a judge already said he had the right to stay. when the rights of some are violated, they are a threat to the rights of all of us. In January, ICE agents in New Jersey raided a small business without a warrant and detained a Puerto Rican military veteran, a Boricua, an American citizen, detained him even after he presented his valid ID to those ICE agents. This is one example of so many. Some Americans have already been caught in Trump's immigration dragnet. More will be. An article by Nicole Foy. About a week after President Trump took office, Jonathan Guerrero was sitting at a Philadelphia car wash where he works when immigration agents burst in. The agents didn't say why they were there and didn't show their badges, Guerrero recalled. So the 21-year-old didn't get a chance to explain that although his parents were from Mexico, he was born right there in the city of brotherly love. An agent pointed his gun at Guerrero and handcuffed him. Then they brought in other car wash workers, including Guerrero's father, who's undocumented. When agents began checking IDs, they finally noticed that Guerrero's was a citizen and quickly let him go. I said, look, man, I don't know who these guys are and what they're doing. With anything law-related, I just stay quiet. Less than 2 months into the Trump administration, there has been a small but steady beat of more and more reported cases like Guerrero's. In Utah, agents pulled over and detained a 20-year-old American after he honked at them. In New Mexico, a member of the Muscalera Apache Nation, more than 2 hours from the border, was stopped and questioned by agents who demanded to see their passports. Earlier this month, a Trump voter in Virginia was pulled over and handcuffed by a gun-wielding immigration agent. It's unclear exactly how many citizens have faced the Trump administration's dragnet so far, and while previous administrations have mistakenly held Americans too, there's no firm count on these incidents either. Government doesn't release figures on citizens who have been held by immigration authorities, neither Customs and Border Protection, neither Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which handles interior immigration enforcement. Experts and advocates say what is clear to them, though, is that Trump's aggressive immigration policies, such as arrest quotas for enforcement agents, make it more and more likely that citizens will be caught up in immigration sweeps. In quotes, it's really everyone, not just non-citizens or undocumented people who are in danger of having their liberty violated in this kind of mass deportation machinery. Asked about reports of Americans getting caught up in administration's enforcement policies, an ICE spokesman told the outlet in a written statement that agents are allowed to ask for citizens' identification. Any U.S. immigration officer has authority to question without warrant any alien or person believed to be an alien concerning his or her right to be or to remain in the United States. The agency didn't respond to questions about specific cases. The U.S. has gone through spasms of detaining and even deporting large numbers of citizens. In the 1930s and 1940s, federal and local authorities forcibly exiled an estimated 1 million Mexican Americans, including hundreds of thousands of American-born children. That's our past. An estimated 1 million Mexican Americans, including hundreds of thousands of American-born children, swept up and deported. The U.S. Governmental Accountability Office report found that immigration authorities had asked to hold roughly 600 likely citizens during Trump's first term. The GAO, also the Government Accountability Office, also found that Trump actually deported about 70 likely American citizens. The GAO report did not get into any individual cases, but lawsuits brought against federal immigration agencies detailed dozens of cases where plaintiffs received a settlement. This will accelerate if there's no due process. In his first administration, there was some process. But this will accelerate if there's no due process. I live in Newark, New Jersey, and there are dozens of languages spoken in my city, and some of the elders from some of these many different ethnic groups, from European folks who don't speak English to folks from Asia that don't speak English. And imagine one of these Americans gets stopped and doesn't have papers on them, and they see a tattoo, and next thing you know, they're sent to Louisiana or Texas, and next thing you know, they're on a flight. That's not hyperbole. That's not some impossible thing. We know once due process is eliminated in this country, for some, all are in danger. It is a constitutional slippage that Scalia and conservatives who believe in the Constitution nobly object to. Canadian citizen Jasmine Mooney was detained by ICE for 2 weeks. I saw an interview of her, this white woman, stunned. Here's what she wrote. It's Canadian. There was no explanation, no warning. 1 minute, I was an immigration officer talking to an officer about my work visa, which has been approved months before and allowed me, a Canadian, to work in the United States. The next, I was told to put my hands against the wall and patted down like a criminal before being sent to an ICE detention center without the chance to talk to a lawyer. I grew up in Whitehorse, Yukon, a small town in the northernmost part of Canada. I always knew I wanted to do something bigger with my life. I left home early and moved to Vancouver, British Columbia, where I built a career spanning multiple industries, acting in film and television, owning bars and restaurants, flipping condos, and managing Airbnbs. In my 30s, I found my true passion, working in health and the wellness industry. I was given an opportunity to help launch an American brand of health tonics called Holy Water, a job that would involve moving to the United States. I was granted my trade work visa, which allows Canadian and Mexican citizens to work in the United States in specified professional occupations. I got it on my second attempt. It goes without saying then that I have no criminal record. I also love the United States and consider myself to be a kind, hardworking person. I started working in California and traveled back and forth between Canada and the US multiple times without any complications until one day, upon returning to the United States, a border officer questioned me about my initial visa denial and subsequent visa approval. He asked why I had gone to San Diego border the second time to apply. I explained that that was where my lawyer's offices were and that he had wanted to accompany me to ensure there were no issues. After a long interrogation, the officer told me that it seemed, quote, shady, and that my visa hadn't been properly processed. He claimed I couldn't work for a company in the US that made use of hemp, one of the beverage ingredients. He revoked my visa and told me I could still work for the company from Canada, but if I wanted to return to the US, I would need to reply. I was devastated. I had just started building a life in California. I stayed in California for the next few months and was eventually offered a similar position, but with a different health and wellness brand. I started the visa processes and returned to the same immigration office in San Diego at the border. Since they had processed my visa before and I was familiar with it, hours passed with many confused opinions about my case. The officer I spoke to was kind, but told me that due to my previous issues, I needed to apply for my visa through the consulate. I told her I hadn't been aware I needed to apply that way, but I had no problem doing it. Then she said something strange. You didn't do anything wrong. You were not in trouble. You were not a criminal. I remember thinking, why would she say that? Of course I'm not a criminal. Then she told me they had to send me back to Canada. That didn't concern me. I assumed I would simply book a flight home. But as I sat searching for flights, a man approached me and said, come with me. There was no explanation, no nothing. He took me to a room, took my belongings from my hands, and ordered me to put my hands against the wall. A woman immediately began patting me down. The commands came rapid fire, one after another, too fast to process. They took my shoes, pulled out my shoelaces. What are you doing? What's happening? I asked. You are being detained. I don't understand. What does that mean? For how long? I don't know. That would be the response to nearly every question I would ask over the next 2 weeks. I don't know. They brought me downstairs for a series of interviews and medical questions. They searched my bags and told me I had to get rid of half my belongings because I couldn't take everything with me. Take everything with me where, I asked. A woman asked me for the name of someone they could contact on my behalf. In moments like this, you realize you don't actually know anyone's phone number anymore. By some miracle, I had recently memorized my best friend Britt's number because I had been putting my grocery points on her account. I gave them her phone number. They handed me a mat and a folded up sheet of aluminum foil. What's this? Your blanket. I don't understand. I was taken to a tiny freezing cement cell with bright fluorescent lights and a toilet. There were 5 other women lying on their mats with aluminum sheets wrapped around them looking like dead bodies. The guard locked the door behind me. For 2 days, we remained in the cell, only leaving briefly for food. The lights never turned off. We never knew what time it was, and no one answered our questions. No one in the cell spoke English, so I either tried to sleep or meditate to keep from having a breakdown. I didn't trust the food, so I fasted, assuming I wouldn't be there long. On the 3rd day, I was finally allowed to make a phone call. I called Britt and told her that I didn't understand what was happening. No one would tell me when I was going home, and that she was my only contact. They gave me a stack of paperwork to sign and told me I was being given a 5-year ban unless I applied for re-entry through the consulate. The officer also said it didn't matter whether I signed the papers or not, it was happening regardless. I was so delirious, I just signed. I told them I would pay for my flight home and asked when I could leave. No answer. They then moved me to another cell, this time with no mats or blanket. I sat freezing on the cement floor for hours. That's when I realized they were processing me into real jail, the Otay Mesa Detention Center. I was told to shower, given a jail uniform, fingerprinted and interviewed. I begged for information. How long will I be here? I don't know your case, the man said. Could be days, could be weeks, but I'm telling you right now, you need to mentally prepare yourself for months. Months? I felt like I was going to throw up. I was taken to the nurse's office for a medical check. She asked what happened to me. She had never seen a Canadian there before. When I told her my story, she grabbed my hand and said, "Do you believe in God?" I told her I had only recently found God, but now I believed in God more than anything. And she said, "I believe God brought you here for a reason. I know it feels like your life is in a million pieces, but you will be okay through this. I think you're going to find a way to help others." At the time, I didn't know what that meant. She asked if she could pray for me. I held her hands and wept. I felt like I had been sent a guardian angel. I was then placed in a real jail unit. 2 levels of cells surrounding a common area, just like in the movies. I was put in a tiny cell alone with a bunk bed and a toilet. The best part, there were blankets. After 3 days without one, I wrapped myself in mine and finally felt some comfort. For the first day, I didn't leave my cell. I continued fasting, terrified that the food might make me sick. The only available water came from the tap attached to the toilet in our cells or a sink in the common area, neither of which felt safe to drink. Eventually, I forced myself to step out, meet the guards, and learn the rules. One of them told me, "No fighting." I joked, "I'm a lover, not a fighter." He laughed. I asked if there had been ever been a fight in there. "In this unit? No," he said. "No one in this unit has a criminal record." That's when I started meeting other women. That's when I started hearing their stories. And that's when I made a decision. I would never allow myself to feel sorry for my situation again. No matter how hard this was, I had to be grateful because every woman I met was in an even more difficult position than mine. There were around 140 of us in our unit. Many women had lived and worked in the U.S. legally for years, but had overstayed their visas, often after reapplying and being denied. They had all been detained without warning. If someone is a criminal, I agree they should be taken off the streets, but not one of these women had a criminal record. These women acknowledged that they shouldn't have overstayed and took responsibility for their actions, but their frustration wasn't about being held accountable. It was about the endless bureaucratic limbo they had been trapped in. The real issue was how long it took to get out of the system with no clear answers, no timeline, and no way to move forward. Once deported, many have no choice but to abandon everything they own because the cost of shipping their belongings back is too high. I met a woman who had been on a road trip with her husband. She said they had 10-year work visas. While driving near the San Diego border, they mistakenly got into a lane leading to Mexico. They stopped and told the agent they didn't have their passports on them, expecting to be redirected. Instead, they were detained. They were both pastors. I met a family of 3 who had been living in the U.S. for 11 years with work authorizations. They paid taxes and were waiting for green cards. Every year, the mother had to undergo a background check, but this time she was told to bring her whole family. When they arrived, they were taken into custody and told their status would now be processed from within the detention center. Another woman from Canada had been living in the U.S. with her husband, who was detained after a traffic stop. She admitted she had overstayed her visa and accepted that she would be deported, but she had been stuck in the system for almost 6 weeks because she had her passport. Who runs casual errands without their passport? One woman had a 10-year visa. When it expired, she moved back to her home country, Venezuela. She admitted she had overstayed by 1 month before leaving. Later, she returned from a vacation and entered the U.S. without issue. But when she took a domestic flight from Miami to Los Angeles, she was picked up by ICE and detained. She couldn't be deported because Venezuela wasn't accepting deportees. She didn't know where she was getting out. She didn't know when she was getting out. There was a girl from India who had overstayed her student visa for 3 days before heading back home. She then came back to the U.S. on a new visa to finish her master's degree and was handed over to ICE due to the 3 days she had overstayed on her previous visa. There were women who had been picked up off the streets from outside their workplaces, from their homes. All of these women told me that they had been detained from time spans ranging from a few weeks to 10 months. One woman's daughter was outside the detention center protesting for her release. That night, the pastor invited me into a service she was holding. A girl who spoke English translated for me as the woman took turns sharing their prayers for their sick parents, for their children they hadn't seen in weeks, for the loved ones that they had been torn away from. Then unexpectedly, they asked if they could pray for me. I was new here, and they wanted to welcome me. They formed a prayer circle around me, took my hands and prayed. I had never felt so much love, energy, and compassion from a group of strangers in my life. Everyone was crying. At 3 a.m. the next day, I was woken up in my cell. Pack your bag, you're leaving. I jolted upright. I get to go home. The operative shrugged. I don't know where you're going. Of course, no one knew anything. I grabbed my things and went downstairs, where 10 other women stood in silence, tears streaming down their faces, but these weren't happy tears. That was the moment I learned the term transferred. For many of these women, detention centers had become a twisted version of home. They had formed bonds, established routines, and found slivers of comfort in friendships they hadn't built. Now, without warning, they were being torn apart and sent somewhere new. Watching them say goodbye, clinging to each other was gut-wrenching. I had no idea what was waiting for me next. In hindsight, that was probably for the best. Our next stop was Arizona, the San Luis Regional Detention Center. The transfer process had lasted for 24 hours, a sleepless, grueling ordeal. This time, men were transported with us, roughly 50 of us crammed into a prison bus for the next 5 hours, packed together, women in the front, men in the back. We were bound in chains that wrapped tightly around our waists, with our cuffed hands secured to our bodies and shackles restraining our feet, forcing every moment into a slow, clinking struggle. When we arrived at our next destination, we were forced to go through the entire intake process all over again with medical exams, fingerprinting, and pregnancy tests. They linked us up in a filthy cell, squatting over a communal toilet, holding Dixie cups of urine while the nurses dropped pregnancy tests in each of our cups. It was disgusting. We sat in freezing cold jail cells for hours, waiting for everyone to be processed. Across the room, one of the women suddenly spotted her husband. They had both been detained and were now seeing each other for the first time in weeks. The look in their faces, pure love, relief, and longing, was something I'll never forget. We were beyond exhausted. I felt like I was hallucinating. The guard tossed us each a blanket and said, "Find a bed." There were no pillows. The room was cold as ice, and one blanket wasn't enough. Around me, women lay curled into themselves, heads covered, looking like a room full of corpses. This place made the last jail feel like the Four Seasons. I kept telling myself, do not let this break you. 30 of us shared one room. We were given one styrofoam cup for water and one plastic spoon that we had to reuse for every meal. I eventually had to start trying to eat. Sure enough, I got sick. None of the uniforms fit, and everyone had men's shoes on. The towels they gave us to shower with were hand towels. They wouldn't give us more blankets. The fluorescent lights shined on us 24/7. Everything felt like it was meant to break you. Nothing was explained to us. I wasn't given a phone call. We were locked in a room, no daylight, with no idea when we would get out. I tried to stay calm as every fiber of my being raged toward panic mode. I didn't know how I would tell Britt where I was. Then, as if sent from God, one of the women showed me a tablet attached to the wall where I could send emails. I only remembered my CEO's email from memory. I typed out a message praying he would see it. He responded. Through him, I was able to connect with Britt. She told me that they were working around the clock trying to get me out, but no one had any answers. The system made it next to impossible. I told her about the conditions in this new place, and that was when we decided to go to the media. She started working with a reporter and asked whether I would be able to call her so she could loop him in. The international phone account that Britt had previously tried to set up for me wasn't working, so one of the other women offered to let me use her phone account to make a call. In that cell, we were all in this together. With nothing to do in my cell but talk, I made new friends. Women had risked everything for their chance at a better life for themselves and their families. Through them, I learned the harsh reality of seeking asylum. Showing me their physical scars, they explained how they had paid smugglers anywhere from $20,000 to $60,000 to reach the U.S. border, enduring brutal jungles and horrendous conditions. One woman had been offered asylum in Mexico within 2 weeks, but had been encouraged to keep going to the U.S. Now she was stuck, living in a nightmare, separated from her young children for months. She sobbed, telling me how she felt like the worst mother in the world. Many of these women were highly educated and spoke multiple languages. If they had been advised to pretend they didn't speak English because it would supposedly increase their chances of asylum. Some believed they were being used as examples, as warnings to others not to come. Women were starting to panic in this new facility, and knowing I was most likely the first person to get out, they wrote letters and messages for me to send to their families. I felt like we all had been kidnapped, thrown in some sort of sick psychological experiment meant to strip us of every ounce of our strength and dignity. We were from different countries, spoke different languages, and practiced different religions, yet in this place, none of that mattered. Everyone took care of each other, everyone shared food, everyone held each other when someone broke down. Everyone fought to keep each other's hope alive. I got a message from Britt. My story had started to blow up in the media almost immediately after I was told I was being released. My ICE agent, who had never spoken before, told my lawyer I could have left sooner if I had signed a withdrawal form, and that they hadn't known I would pay for my own flight home. From the moment I arrived, I begged every officer I saw to let me pay for my own ticket home. Not a single one of them ever spoke to me about my case. To put things into perspective, I had a Canadian passport, lawyers, resources, media attention, friends, family, and even politicians advocating for me, yet I was still detained for nearly 2 weeks. Imagine what this system is like for every other person in there. A small group of us were transferred back to San Diego at 2 a.m. One last road trip, once again shackled in chains. I was then taken to the airport where 2 officers were waiting for me. The media was there, so the officers snuck me through a side door, trying to avoid anyone seeing me in my restraints. I was beyond grateful that at the very least I didn't have to walk through the airport in chains. To my surprise, the officers escorting me were incredibly kind and even funny. It was the first time I had laughed in weeks. I asked if I could put my shoelaces back on. Yes, one of them said with a grin, but you better not run. Yeah, the other one added, or we'll have to tackle you in the airport. That'll really make headlines. I laughed and then told them I spent a lot of time observing the guards during my detention, and I couldn't believe how often I saw humans treating other humans with such disregard. But don't worry, I joked. You 2 get 5 stars. When I finally landed in Canada, my mom and 2 best friends were waiting for me, so was the media. I spoke to them briefly, numb and delusional from exhaustion. It was surreal listening to my friends recount everything they had done to get me out, working with lawyers, reaching out to the media, making endless calls to detention centers, desperately trying to get through to ICE or anyone who could help. They said the entire system felt rigged, designed to make it nearly impossible for anyone to get out. The reality became clear. ICE detention isn't just a bureaucratic nightmare, it's a business. These facilities are privately owned and run for profit. Companies like Core Civic and Geo Group receive government funding based on the number of people they detain, which is why they lobby for stricter immigration policies. It's a lucrative business. Core Civic made over $560 million from ICE contracts in a single year. In 2024, Geo Group more than $763 million from ICE contracts. The more detainees, the more money they make. It stands to reason that these companies have no incentive to release people quickly. What I had experienced was finally starting to make sense. This is not just my story. It is a story of thousands and thousands of people still strapped in a system that profits from their suffering. I am writing in hopes that someone out there, someone with power to change any of this, can help do something. The strength I witnessed in those women, the love they gave despite their suffering, is what gives me faith. Faith that no matter how flawed the system is, how cruel the circumstances, humanity will always shine through. Even in the darkest places, within the most broken systems, humanity persists. Sometimes it reveals itself in the smallest unexpected acts of kindness, a shared meal, a whispered prayer, a hand reaching out in the dark. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend. We are defined by the love we extend, by the courage we summon, and the truths we are willing to tell. It's the end of the article. The stories continue. A 10-year-old citizen in Texas recovering from brain cancer was detained at a Border Patrol checkpoint, and eventually the American citizen was deported to Mexico with her undocumented parents, even though they were in need of medical attention for their brain cancer. Here's the article from NBC. U.S. citizen child recovering from brain cancer removed to Mexico with undocumented parents. A family that was deported to Mexico hopes they can find a way to return to the U.S. and ensure their 10-year-old daughter, my fellow American, who is a U.S. citizen, can continue her brain cancer treatment. Immigration authorities removed the girl and 4 of her American siblings from Texas on May 4th. 5 Americans in total. When they deported their undocumented parents, the family's ordeal last month when they were rushing from the Rio Grande City where they live to Houston, where their daughter's specialist doctors are based for emergency medical checkup. The parents had done the trip at least 5 other times in the past, passing through an immigration checkpoint every time without any issues, according to attorney Danny Woodward from Texas Civil Rights Project, a legal advocacy and litigation organization representing the family. In previous occasions, the parents showed letters from their doctors and lawyers to the officers at the checkpoint to get through, but in early February, the letters weren't enough. They were stopped at the checkpoint. They were arrested after the parents were unable to show legal immigration documentation. The mother, who spoke exclusively to NBC News, said she tried to explain her daughter's circumstances to the officers, but they weren't interested in hearing that. Other than lacking valid immigration status in the U.S., the parents have no criminal history, Woodward said. Protection, which detained and deported the family, according to the lawyer, said in an email Wednesday, for privacy reasons, we do not comment on individual cases. On Thursday, a CBP spokesperson said via email that the reports of the family's situation are inaccurate because when someone is given expelled removal orders, and chooses to disregard them, they will face the consequences of the process. They reiterated that they couldn't speak about the specifics of the case for privacy reasons. The 10-year-old girl was diagnosed with brain cancer last year and underwent surgery to remove a tumor. The doctors practically gave me no hope for life for her, but thank God she's a miracle, the mother said. An American citizen is a miracle. The swelling on the girl's brain is still not fully gone, the mother said, causing difficulties with speech and mobility of the right side of her body. Before the family was removed from the U.S., the girl was routinely checked in with doctors monitoring her recovery, attending rehabilitation therapies, and taking medication to prevent convulsions. It's a very difficult thing, the mother said. I don't wish anyone to go through this situation. What is happening to this family is an absolute tragedy and is something that is not isolated to just them, said Rochelle Garcia, president of the Texas Civil Rights Project. This is part of a pattern and practice that we've seen in the Trump administration, Garza said, adding that she has heard of multiple other cases concerning mixed status families. But for now, this is the only case of this nature the organization has taken on. The Trump administration's border czar, Tom Homan, has said families can be deported together regardless of status. Homan said it would be up to the parents to decide whether to depart the U.S. together or leave their children behind. But undocumented parents of U.S.-born children, if picked up by immigration authorities, face the risk of losing custody of their children without the power of attorney, document, or a guardianship outlining who will take care of their children left behind. The children go into the U.S. foster care system, making it harder for the parents to regain custody of their children in the future. According to the girl's mother, she recalled feeling like she could not do anything. She said in Spanish, "You're between a rock and a hard place." NBC News is withholding the name of the mother and the rest of the family members since they were deported to an area in Mexico that is known for kidnapping U.S. citizens. In addition to the parents and their 10-year-old sick American daughter, 4 of their other American children's ages 15, 13, 8, and 6 were also in the car when they were detained. 4 of the 5 children born in the U.S. According to the mother, the family was taken to a detention center following their arrest, where their mom and daughters were separated from her husband and sons, and she realized she wouldn't be taking her daughter to the doctors. The fear is horrible. I can't explain it, but it's something frustrating, very tough, something you wouldn't wish on anyone. She said, adding that her sick daughter was laying on a cold floor beneath incandescent lights. Hours later, the family was placed in a van and dropped on the Mexico side of the Texas bridge. From there, they sought refuge in a nearby shelter for a week. Mom said the safety concerns keep coming up at night, and the children haven't been able to go to school. The 10-year-old daughter and 15-year-old son, who lives with a heart disorder known as long QT syndrome, which causes irregular heartbeats and can be life-threatening if not treated well, have not received the health care they need in Mexico. The teen wears a monitor that tracks his heart rate. The authorities have my children's lives in the hands, she said in tears. The authorities have my children's lives in their hands. Both parents arrived to the U.S. from Mexico in 2013 and settled in Texas, hoping for a better life for their family, the mother said. She and her husband both worked for a string of different jobs to support their 6 children. The couple also has a 17-year-old son that they left behind in Texas following their deportation. Just 2 weeks ago, another undocumented mother in California, caring for her 20-year-old daughter, a U.S. citizen undergoing treatment for bone cancer, was detained by immigration authorities and later released under humanitarian parole. We are calling on the government, Garza said, to parole the family, to correct the harm, and to not do this to anyone else.
Gentleman yield.
I think I need to. I'll yield to a question. I'll yield to a question while retaining the floor, and I thank my brother, I thank my friend, who's now stood with me for almost 11 hours.
Those are hard stories to read, Senator Booker, but I appreciate you showing the coldness of this current administration's immigration policy. The tragedy to me is that there's an opportunity to fix what is undoubtedly a broken immigration system. And yet we're into day 71 and Donald Trump has not proposed to us any proposals to fix the broken system. Instead, what he is doing is spending like a drunken sailor on an enforcement system that wastes tens of millions of taxpayer dollars. You described this harrowing experience that this Canadian woman had. And as I was listening to this 2-week ordeal that she went through, being transported from site to site, being processed and reprocessed, as the top Democrat on the Homeland Security Subcommittee of Appropriations, I'm just cataloging in my brain how much money that cost us. Ultimately, this was somebody working in the United States. This was somebody that posed no threat to United States citizens. But we probably spent several $1 million on that 2-week ordeal. Overall, the Trump administration is going to blow through all of the money allocated to Border Patrol. They are going to have to come back to Congress for a massive additional appropriation, all at the same time that they are shuttering medical research in this country. They are closing down Social Security offices. There are measles outbreaks all across the country. Planes seem to be falling out of the sky as the FAA is enduring layoffs. There are consequences to these spending decisions. The amount of money that's being spent at the border, much of it wasted in a showy, ineffective response. The consequence of that is that the services that average everyday Americans need, like help on their Social Security claims, are being impacted. But we need to fix the broken immigration system. And we had an opportunity to do that last year when Republicans and Democrats came together and wrote a bipartisan border security bill that frankly would have allocated tens of billions of additional dollars, that would have fixed our broken asylum system, would have given the president new authorities. And Donald Trump instructed all the Republicans in this chamber to oppose it. In the end, I think 4 senators, including the author, Senator Langford, supported it, but every other Republican here opposed it. And the reason Donald Trump told them to oppose it was that he would fix it when he became president. But we are now in day 72, and there has not been a single proposal from Donald Trump to fix the broken immigration system. Just a whole bunch of spending, essentially money down the drain, because the system itself needs to be reformed. And so it speaks to, my confident belief that Donald Trump does not want to fix our immigration system. He wants to keep this issue open as a sore in our politics. If I was wrong, he would have proposed legislation here to deal with the underlying inefficiency of the system instead of just throwing money at the problem. And so we will see what the result of this campaign is. We were told that immigrants to this country represented a very specific national security threat, that we needed to crack down on immigration, including expelling from this country legitimate asylum seekers because that was what was necessary to protect the nation. Well, we'll see what the crime data tells us for the first few months of this administration. I have a feeling I already know what the story is. Crime is not going to have gone down. Why? Because, in fact, whether people want to acknowledge this or not, natural-born American citizens commit crimes at rates higher than first-generation immigrants or people born outside of the United States of America. But Senator Booker, I guess the question I want to ask you is this. I think you and I agree that Americans, right, left, and center, acknowledge that the immigration system is broken. I mean, they didn't love it when, they saw thousands of people crossing on an average day. And they know that when it takes 10 years to process an asylum claim, something's wrong, and that it, then just provides an incentive for people to come here without documentation. But my impression is that that cross-section of Americans that believes that the existing immigration system is broken also believes three other things. One, that the way to fix it is to change the laws, and that they believe that we have not done our job until we have changed the laws. For instance, building a better asylum system. And once again, not a single proposal from the Trump administration on how to fix our broken immigration system. Not a single proposal. Second, I believe that they understand that immigration is a core strength of this nation, not a liability. And that if we want to thrive as an economy, we are going to have to bring people to this country legally. But to turn our backs on immigration as a mechanism to grow economically, that's not in line with what Americans believe, even those that think the existing system is broken. And then lastly, I just don't believe this country is as mean as Donald Trump thinks it is. Like, I get it that everybody wants this nation to be a nation of laws, but when an American citizen looks at a child with a medical condition, when an American citizen looks at an individual who will face certain death from a drug gang if they stay in their home country, when they look at individuals in war-torn nations overseas, they believe that America is strong enough, is big enough, is generous enough to be able to protect those people from harm. Why? Because that's what America always has been. And so this idea that President Trump has that Americans are mean and spiteful and don't want to help people just because they were born outside of the United States or their parents were born outside of the United States, I just don't think that's right. It obviously betrays the best traditions of this nation, but I think it also fundamentally misreads the American people. So I think people want our immigration to be fixed, system to be fixed, but I think they want us to do it. They understand the laws are broken. They do not want to abandon America's tradition of bringing people here from all around the world. They understand that our economy and our economic prosperity is linked to our ability to bring hardworking immigrants to this country, and they're just not as mean as Donald Trump thinks they are.
Senator, I appreciate your question, but I just have to say this to you. You worked so hard with Senator Lankford. And one of the things I have to say, and I hope I don't hurt his politics by telling people how much I love Senator Lankford, we disagree fundamentally on a lot of issues. Maybe that will help him. We both are people, though, of faith. We just recently were together at a massive, I think there must have been like 1,000 people there, maybe 500 at least, at a national prayer breakfast event. He's such a man of character. And what I like about him is I know his values, because he every day tries to be a good Christian. And this idea of love thy neighbor, or you were a stranger in a strange land, I just kind of took a lot of pleasure watching you, my friend, who I know for the last 12 years, and him sit down in this honest, sincere negotiation. And let's be real, everybody on your side of the aisle didn't agree with you. And everybody before Trump's involvement on his side of the aisle didn't agree, but you guys had the makings of a comprehensive bill that would have passed. Now, I'll tell you also that I came here in 2013, right after a Gang of Eight had done the same thing. They actually got the bill out and it died in the House. There are people in America, despite Langford and you, who many people would put on opposite sides of a political spectrum, that on these issues they agree. And why do they agree, Senator Murphy? Why? Because our economy is dependent upon immigration. You want to talk about a conservative-leaning group, center moderate Republicans, the Chamber of Commerce will tell you, the National Chamber of Commerce will tell you, our economy will be crippled if we don't find a way to bring more people in legally to work on work visas. When I go to the tech community or the biotech community or the AI community or the community is trying to go forward in quantum computing, all of them are saying this is crazy that we are not allowing the brightest minds on the planet, when they get here and get PhDs in half of Congress can't spell, that we drop kick them out of the country. There are so many points of agreement, like take Dreamers, who people on both sides of the aisle have held up as a group of people that are Americans in every way except for the piece of paper. They have no memory of another country. I could keep going through all the things in the immigration world we agree on, including the need to secure our southern border. And so I listen to you on this section, and I look at you, and I remember your frustrations. You're standing up in front of our caucus saying, we're so close.
Senator Yield.
I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I just want to drill down on this for a moment, because it gets back to a theme that you have been hitting on throughout the evening and early morning. And that is, not everything has to be zero-sum politics, right? I mean, this is part of what is so exhausting about the last 71 days for many, many Americans. I think it's part of why Donald Trump's approval ratings are sinking by the day, because, listen, you and I are pugilists when we need to be, right? I mean, we fight when we think that there's a worthy fight. That's what this is today. It's a fight. We understand it's a fight for our values. But we don't think everything has to be a fight. We see our jobs as standing up for our convictions, but then finding that common ground. I did not expect to be in that room with Senator Langford. I was surprised pleasantly when we came to an agreement. You spent months and months hammering out really difficult criminal justice reform with a colleague of yours that you have equal numbers of disagreements with, because we feel like we have a call from our constituents to fight, but then find the common ground. But this administration has zero interest in common ground. Every single day, they wake up thinking only about conflict, thinking only about defeat of their opposition. And they have been frustrated because they've been trying to do a lot of illegal things, and the courts have been telling them no. They're now talking about extraordinary measures like impeaching judges or defunding the courts. Instead, they could reach out to Democrats. They could decide to do what every previous president has tried to do, which is, instead of ramming through a one-side-only policy on immigration, for instance, come to people of goodwill on the opposing party and try to work out a compromise. This is what exhausts the American people. is this administration's complete, total unwillingness to find common ground on anything. That is not where the center of this country is. And on the issue of immigration, we found common ground last year. It was hard. It did not satisfy everyone. But we have proven that on this issue, that is hot, that is difficult for even family members to talk about sometimes, that even on this issue of immigration, we can find that common ground. And so we are here, you are here, because there's a fight to be waged. But I think we both wish on a litany of these topics, we were instead sitting down with our colleagues. But that is just not in the DNA of this administration. And that is part of why this president is becoming more and more unpopular by the day, is because they expect any president, to make at least a minimalist effort to try to reach out and find compromise. And that never happens from the Trump administration.
For the question I see in there, and I again, great presidents have great ideas they bring to Congress, and they fight to pull together and cobble together legislation that will last. The problem we have right now is this whiplash between Trump's executive orders and Biden's executive orders and Trump's executive orders, and it's not solving the problems. And we've shown that there's enough common ground to do something on them. But I don't want to stick with common ground now, actually, because there's some things in here that are not common ground, like private prisons. You know, I'm one of these folks that doesn't want to criticize. I've flown out to a private prison down south to get a tour, met really kind and nice people, but there is something problematic to me about a profit motive for imprisoning, shackling, detaining, and holding people. And this combination of that and a corporate reality where you are giving campaign contributions to people that will then turn around and give you government contracts to restrict the liberties of human beings. And the story that I read about this woman feeling like they lied to her lawyer and said if she had only said she could pay for her own flight home, but they were keeping her, and every day they were keeping her, they were getting more money from American taxpayers. This wasn't a system designed for justice. This isn't a system that's designed for the rights of human beings in our country. This is a system that has every day an incentive to deny the liberty, to hold people It's wrong. It's wrong. It's broken. And with a president that doesn't care about these things, that is giving greater latitude so that more stories like the Canadian woman's story, it's stunning. I want to keep moving, though. And I just want to talk about children and the way this system is extended to children. Last week, the government canceled a contract to provide legal services to 26,000 unaccompanied immigrant children. Remember what Anton Scalia said about due process in his strict interpretations of the literal writings of our founders. But 26,000 unaccompanied migrant children no longer have legal representation. We started on that idea. The 5th and the 14th Amendment, no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. And our country is now rolled back. Trump got rid of a policy that prevented ICE from arresting kids at schools and people from their places of worship. Now, every day, families face the impossible choice of whether to send a kid to school and risk permanent separation from their families. Here's a story from New Jersey. And I quote, "Recently, when I was home in Newark, New Jersey, a woman in my neighborhood came up to me to tell me a heartbreaking story. One morning, she was on her way to walk to school, the mom of another child's children. I don't have to, I won't make this anonymous. One of my closest friends, she's like a sister to me. She lives in the Ironbound in Newark. And was very emotional because her neighbors were so terrified that they came to her and asked her to walk their children to school. They're American children. There's so many teachers and school administrators who are speaking out now that they've been ordered that they must allow ICE to enter their schools. Trump has plans to revoke temporary protected status protection for hundreds of thousands of people from various countries, from Venezuela to Haiti, paving the way for those deportations. We know who they are. He's done this despite the State Department maintaining a level 4 do not travel warning to Haiti and Venezuela due to widespread violence, danger, sexual assaults, kidnappings, and more. He claims that he's tough on crime because he wants to go after child sexual abusers, but when you're sending children running into schools and churches and sending them back to environments that are known for sexual assaults on young girls. The Department of Justice Office of Civil Rights recently dropped its case it had filed against Southwest Key, the nation's largest provider of housing for migrant children, in which the DOJ alleged sexual abuse and neglect perpetrated against undocumented children in federal custody. It was a case that the DOJ brought against this company who houses migrant children because of alleged sexual abuse. And what did our government do under Trump? They dropped charges. They dropped charges. Why? Why? Children being sexually assaulted? It's not worth an investigation? Is it because the administration thinks that pursuing the lawsuit and holding perpetrators accountable will somehow interfere with their immigration agenda? They literally let alleged sex abusers go free with no explanation. The hypocrisy. The family detentions are restarted. They failed in the past to meet basic child welfare standards and exposed children to trauma. The President's own Department of Homeland Security concluded in 2018 that family detention centers posed a high risk of harm to children and families, and despite his own Department of Homeland Security back in 2018 saying that, they've restarted it. One of the points I want to make is crime. I was a mayor. The number one issue my residents were concerned about was fighting crime, fighting crime, fighting crime. I went back to New York recently for a horrible, tragic death of a police officer by a 14-year-old with a ghost gun. It was horrible. The send-off, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of police officers from all over our state, from New York. This police officer was murdered by a 14-year-old. I still pray for their family, his mom. And as I was standing there looking at this parade of police officers who were waiting for the casket, I had police officers come to me and complain that they're having harder and harder time in New Jersey solving crimes because now victims of crime, victims of sexual assault, victims of robbery who happen to be undocumented are afraid to go and talk to local police because of all this rhetoric that's creating the fear that they'll be turned over to ICE. Imagine in our country there are people out there that are sexually assaulting people but are getting away with it because they're targeting immigrants. And if you don't think that hurts American safety, you're wrong. Afraid to go and talk to police officers to report crimes. They're subverting people's constitutional rights. They're incarcerating people in foreign prisons who have no criminal records. The harms to children. We've talked about all of this, but diverting law enforcement resources away from investigating national security threats, terrorism, drug smuggling, human trafficking, illegal arms exports, financial crimes, and sex crimes, taking law enforcement away from investigating those crimes and forcing all federal law enforcement agencies to enforce low-level immigration crimes, or I should say, undocumented people with no criminal activity beyond their being in our country. Reuters wrote about this misguided redirection of federal resources. I read their article. Federal agents who usually hunt down child abusers are now cracking down on immigrants who live in the U.S. illegally. Homeland Security investigators who specialize in money laundering are raiding restaurants and other small businesses looking for immigrants who aren't authorized to work. Agents who pursue drug traffickers and tax fraud are being reassigned to enforce immigration law. As U.S. President Donald Trump pledges to deport millions and millions of quote-unquote criminal aliens, thousands of federal law enforcement officers from multiple federal agencies are being enlisted to take on new work as immigration enforcers, pulling crime-fighting resources away from other areas, from drug trafficking and terrorism and sexual abuse and fraud. The account of Trump's push to reorganize federal law enforcement, the most significant since September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks, is based on interviews with more than 20 current and former federal agents, attorneys, and other federal officials. Most had firsthand knowledge of the changes. Nearly all spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss. In quotes, I do not recall ever seeing this wide spectrum of a federal government resources all being turned towards immigration enforcement, said Teresa Cardinal Brown, a former Homeland Security officer who has been served in both Republican and Democratic administrations. When you're telling agencies to stop what you're doing and do this now, whatever else they were doing takes a back seat. In response to questions from Reuters, Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said the U.S. government is mobilizing federal and state law enforcement to find, arrest, and deport illegal aliens. The FBI declined to respond to questions about its staffing. In a statement, the FBI said it is protecting the U.S. from many threats. The Trump administration has offered no comprehensive accounting of the revamp, but it echoes the aftermath of 2001 attacks when Congress created the Department of Homeland Security and pulled together 169,000 federal employees from other agencies and refocused the FBI on battling terrorism. Trump's hardline approach to deporting immigrants has intensified America's already stark partisan divide. The U.S. Senate's number 2 Democrat, Dick Durbin, describes the crackdown as wasteful, misguided diversion of resources. It's making Americans less safe by drawing agents and officials away from fighting corporate fraud, terrorism, child sexual exploitation, and other crimes. The focus of immigration is drawing significant resources from other crime-fighting departments, according to the more 20 sources who spoke. Until January, pursuing immigrants living in the country illegally was largely the part of 2 agencies: ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and Customs and Border Protection, with a combined staff of 80,000 other departments spent on crime. In Detroit, where immigration prosecutions have been rare, the number of people charged with immigration offenses rose from 2 in February to 19 last month. Case managements from the Justice Department show that fewer than 1% of the cases brought by prosecutors by the DEA and ATF over the past decade involved allegations that someone had violated immigration law. Since January, however, DEA agents have been ordered to reopen cases involving arrests up to 5 years old where prosecutors had declined to bring charges. As Trump and billionaire Elon Musk flash the size of the federal government bureaucracy, jobs that deal with immigration enforcement appear largely exempt. In January 31st email to ICE employees, a human resource official told them they wouldn't be eligible for retirement buyouts offered to some 2.3 million federal workers. All ICE positions are excluded, they said recently in a previously underreported email.
Madam President, will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. Senator, I have been listening to many of your hours of the speech, and you're talking about immigration now, and I have another question about the immigration policy. You know, I think all of us understand that it's absolutely essential that our country secure its borders. And from time to time, the country forgets that. But I think we've had this debate about immigration that's been going on for several years. And I don't know if the senator had an opportunity to address the opportunity we had in the Senate when last year there was a realization on the part of both the Republicans and Democrats that the only way we were going to get a secure border in a sensible, beneficial immigration policy was to work together. I know the senator was watching that very carefully. And we had the terrific work of Senator Langford from Oklahoma, Senator Murphy from Connecticut, and Senator Sinema, of course, from Arizona. And despite the enormous political tension that surrounds the immigration issue, and for understandable reasons, the three of them worked very hard and came together for a tripartisan proposal, in effect. Senator Sinema, of course, being the independent, who always played a constructive role in trying to bring the parties together. What was included in that legislation was a major commitment embraced by Senator Murphy on behalf of the Democrats for border security. There was an acknowledgement we can't just we have to control our borders. It's really that simple. But when you control your borders, you also have the opportunity to have an immigration policy that the Congress and the president think will benefit the American people. And it benefits us, of course, if there's security at the border, but it also benefits us if we have legal immigration that is controlled by the American people. And of course, you know, I've noticed that Elon Musk, who is against immigration, and he's for everything that the President Trump is for, he likes having very highly educated computer people that can help him go from very rich to even richer. So he carves out an exception for people that will be beneficial and helpful to him in his various enterprises. But you know, we've got in Vermont a lot of dairy farms, and we have a tourist industry, and we have a real hard time filling those jobs. So legal immigration can really be helpful and constructive and beneficial to the people of the state of Vermont. And I know talking to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, many of us in our states have tourist industries and we have agricultural enterprises, just to mention two, where the reality is we don't have the number of people we need to fill those jobs. And, you know, it's not just a matter of paying more, because I do think we have to be very mindful that we want to do every single thing we can to help elevate the wages of American workers, which, by the way, this is a little bit of an aside. Why in the world haven't we raised the minimum wage? I mean, I know, Senator, you're for that, and I certainly am. But it astonishes me that we still have, what, is it $7, $7.50? I mean, it's unbelievable what the minimum wage is. A lot of the states have raised it. Vermont certainly has. But we, on immigration, had the opportunity and the bill and the will to make enormous progress so that we'd have an immigration policy that secured the border, had the validation of bipartisan majorities in the House and in the Senate, would have also addressed issues about legal immigration that would help us strengthen our economy, and also would have included a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, folks who were brought here by their parents when they were 4 or 5 or 6 years old, and whose the only country they know is the United States itself. And, you know, my understanding from talking to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that there's an enormous amount of respect for many of these dreamers, many of whom have been heroes for us in the military. So this is not in my view, it's not a Republican-Democratic situation. It is a desire on the part of almost everyone in this body to accommodate a reality of a child being brought here by his parents, going to school, getting an education, serving their country, firefighters, Marines, teachers, doing all these things that are really helpful to our country and where they're here through absolutely no fault of their own. And if we were to require them to be deported, and that's an effort that the current administration is making, you'd literally be taking people who might be 30 or 40 years old now, have families, and send them back to the country from which their parents brought them. And they don't even speak the language. And, you know, that obviously makes no sense. And when I talk to Vermonters who have very, very strong views about of having a strong border, and I ask them, what about this situation? They think, wait a minute, well, that's different. You know, that's a person who lives here. That's like my neighbor. So I was so disappointed when we were on the cusp of being able to get this legislation passed, when then candidate Trump, in his candid way, said, kill it. And he was candid about why. It would, quote, give, quote, the Democrats a win. I never saw this as a win for Democrats. You know, I saw this as a win for America. And, you know, the reality is that when we have to do really hard things here, and we're not doing hard things these days, but when we're trying to do hard things that are really important for the American people, my experience is you really do have to get to a bipartisan place. Because, you know, we've lost elections and we lost the last one. And that is on us. It's not on the voters. They made a decision. That's their right to do. And we have to learn and we have to listen. But when we were listening and hearing loud and clear from the American people that we want a secure border, and then we worked with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to get a secure border, why in the world would the leader of the party kill it? Why? I mean, we know the reason. He thought it was good politics. But this is not about what's good partisan politics. It's about what's good policy that's going to help the American people. So I'm really, among the many things you're focusing on, of course, is this question of immigration. And this is incredibly important, but I want it to be clear that I, as one member of the United States Senate, am absolutely all in for the immigration reform that we need, and that is a secure border. That is legal immigration as we determine the type of immigration that will be beneficial to the American people and sustainable. And it also includes a pathway to citizenship for these children, in many cases, who were brought here by their parents, who had no agency, no involvement whatsoever in the decision to come here, how they got here, pardon me, for those of us who don't stay up all night, some of us use alarms to wake up. So pardon me for being here earlier than I thought I'd be here, and you're here later than maybe than you thought. But you know, it's such a privilege for you, and it's such a privilege for me. It's such a privilege for the other 98 citizens of this country who serve with us in the United States Senate, that any chance we get to do something that's helpful to the people we represent, don't we want to grab it? Don't we want to do it? And does it matter if our name lives in memory that we were here? It doesn't. What matters is what we do here. And whether when we leave, we can look back and have the satisfaction of knowing we gave it our best. And I hope, you know, there's enormous pressure on folks in this job from the cross currents of the political world that we live in. And all of us are fallible, and all of us have plenty of opportunity to get it wrong, and we do. But what I've seen in the people I've admired on both sides of the aisle, I think of Senator McCain, who Senator Murphy worked with so much, there was a heart and soul to that man. And it was the heart and soul in his spirit that guided him. And when I think about immigration and we're talking about how tough it is, he worked together with the so-called Gang of Eight to come up with a reform that this Senate passed years ago. I was in the House then, and I remember being so excited when I heard that the Senate had actually come up with a proposal that just made sense. It wasn't perfect. What is? You know, Senate to earth. What's perfect? We do the best we can. That's about it. But you know what? When I say that's about it, that's what life is. Do your best. And then move on. And by the way, that's one of the reasons why I think, Senator, the bipartisanship, which we don't have now at all, but why it has to ultimately, we have to have enough humility to understand that neither side has the answers. And where we try in earnest to come up with the best solution we can at the moment, where we listen to each other, what happens is that if we didn't get it fully right, and we never will, we understand that we have an opportunity to fix it and make it better based on that experience. And when there's just our way or the highway, there's no resolution and no progress. Number one, you don't get the bill passed, as we saw with the immigration bill. And then number two, if you get it passed, the other side just tries to tear it apart and repeal it, as opposed to improve it. Now, every single one of us knows that the American people want progress. But when what we're talking about was something as hard, it truly is hard, the issue of immigration, we're talking something that's hard politically, that spirit of wanting to get to a solution that was what animated the work of Senator Langford, Senator Murphy, and Senator Sinema. They wanted to get to a solution, even though they had significantly different points of view going in on what was the right outcome. But they wanted to get to a solution. And where they represented the points of view of the disparate views of our caucus. And they came up with a compromise that by all accounts would be such a better place for us to be now than what we're in. No progress. We haven't been able to act on that an immigration bill since the Senate acted with the leadership of Senator McCain and others. And I was mentioning how excited I was. I was in the House at the time, and I was so excited that this bill came over. And, you know, Vermonters were asking me all the time, Peter, we've got to do something about our borders. We've got to do something to make sure our farmers don't fear having their farms raided and them not being able to milk their cows. It's that essential, right? And I'm talking a lot of pretty conservative people, right? Who politically sometimes agree with me, sometimes don't. But what was so exciting to me was that on the cusp of this coming to the House, I was thinking, I'm going to have a chance to vote for secure immigration, for securing our borders, a rational immigration plan, and I'm going to be able to give a fairness to the dreamers. I was so excited about that. And then what happened is it was announced that the House would not even take up the bill. And why? It was the same reason the then candidate Trump proposed to his colleagues or to his party members in the House, or pardon me, in the Senate, kill it. And why was that? Really, in all candor, it's the most cynical of all reasons. Sometimes people in politics prefer to have the issue that they can fight about rather than use the responsibility and opportunity they have to solve the problem. And that's pretty much what happened with that. And here we are, and we're seeing it again. You know, there's another thing that's happening with the immigration policies of the current administration. There's a lot of cruelty that's part of it. You know, yes, we have to have a secure border. Yes, criminals who came here illegally should be deported. But should the consensus that we have about a secure border, about the legitimacy of deporting criminals who are here illegally, be used to justify a wholesale roundup where the people who are rounded up are almost randomly picked up? You know, some may be on the basis of good information, but it's clear in this roundup where so many people were flown to the jails in El Salvador that the minimal amount of due process, which is inquiry into who is this person, where are they from, does that tattoo mean they're in a gang, or is that a tattoo of mob? Are we a society where we don't provide that minimal inquiry? It's called due process. Our country was founded on it. And it appears in many cases we haven't done that. You know, and then what we're seeing also is that a number of people are being rounded up who are here legally. They're here on a student visa. And they published an opinion in a school newspaper expressing their point of view about the suffering in the Middle East. And this country, of course, is founded, among other things, on the First Amendment right to free speech. And it's a pretty astonishing thing that people who express that, who are here legally, by the way, legally, I want to emphasize that, are suddenly confronted by people who are essentially wearing masks, put in handcuffs, taken away, and then put in a jail at some unknown place until maybe days later you find out where they are. How does that solve the border crisis? how does that protect the liberties that have been the hallmark of the United States of America since the Constitution? It is cruel. You have a person who essentially disappears. And that's a term I know Senator Murphy used once, and I think unfortunately accurately. So, you know, we have a challenge, you know, and it's really not who wins this vote and who wins that vote. And it's not even who's in the majority and who's in the minority. Because this country only works, and this Senate only works, when whatever your political views are, you approach the problems that America has from the perspective of your obligation as a United States Senator to make progress, to make it better. And, you know, I was in the state Senate for 13 years. I'm not going to say my life's been downhill since then. but what I so appreciated about the Vermont Senate, and I learned working with other people there. Bipartisan doesn't have a meaning almost now because it's like you've got to be on one side or the other. But I remember when I first went to the state Senate, Senator Booker, I won an election that was an upset. So I was feeling pretty good about myself. And when I got there, it was a majority in the Republican Party. And I was ready to cause trouble. And not necessarily in the John Lewis good way, all right? It might have been more of a Peter Welch ego way. So I had a lot to learn. And what I remember was showing up in these two Republican senators who were just really icons for me in my life, as it turns out. They, in the lieutenant governor, made decisions about who would be on what committees. And I really wanted to be on the finance committee. But that's not a committee you get on when you just show up and you've won an election and you're acting like you're more important than you are. And they put me on the finance committee. And I said, I'm doomed. And the reason is I knew I had to cooperate. They've been so good to me and so generous. They gave me a seat at the table. And it was such a thrill for me to be able to actually sit at the table with these people that I held in such high regard and who knew so much more than me. But they invited me in. They didn't push me aside just because I had different points of view and was from a different party. You know, a few years later, I became Senate president. So I had a lot to do with who was on what committees. And I remember I started then the process that we still do in Vermont. And I appointed a number of Republicans to chair committees. And I was in the Senate a second time with the now governor of Vermont, Phil Scott, and he became the chair of the Institutions Committee, which was kind of that's a big deal in Vermont. And when I tell folks we did that in Vermont, where sometimes you'd appoint somebody who's on the other party, they want me to have a mental status exam around here. You know, you just don't do that kind of thing. But, you know, what I do know and what I do see is that there are a lot of people here who do have that, I'll call it the Murphy-Langford cinema attitude. Let's solve the problem. Let's make progress. Let's find a way where we can move ahead. And, you know, you're talking about immigration, which because we've been going round and round on this for so long without making progress, it's almost creating this cul-de-sac or this sinkhole where people think it's pointless. Why even talk about it? Why try to solve it? Can't be done. Well, we know it can be done because we are the people here, 100 of us, that actually have the ability to do it. And I would say we have the responsibility to do it because it's a serious issue that faces the American people. And they're entitled to the safety of a secure border. The Dreamers are entitled to some justice and respect for the commitment they've made to being fully participating citizens here in the United States. So I just applaud the efforts of my colleagues who, despite all of the outside noise, do want to make some progress. When we don't make progress, we descend into a bad place. You know, yes, deport a criminal. Our people are entitled to safety. People are not entitled to come here illegally, and people who are illegally certainly are not entitled to commit any crimes. But when we go round and round and just use the challenge of immigration reform as a political cudgel, we end up going into some pretty dark places. And that's where we're heading now, where a person gets rounded up who's legally here because the administration doesn't like the opinion they expressed. It's not that their opinion was necessarily subversive, but it's not even wrong. It's debatable. You and I would have a free opportunity to debate, you know, what should be our policy in the Middle East? What should be our policy on immigration? But the administration decides that speech I don't like. Arrest that person. Disappear that person. And then we get into debates that are really not about making progress, but mutual recrimination. So I'm, you know, just very delighted that you're focusing a good part of your effort here on the vital question of immigration. You know, I do hope, I haven't been watching everything, but if it's okay, I just want to direct your attention to these tariffs that are happening a little bit. And I know you're gonna have an opportunity to talk about a fair number of things. You already have. But I've never seen anything so dumb and reckless as these tariffs on Canada. You know, we have a library in Newport, Vermont, Derby Line, actually, the Haskell Free Library. Half of it is in Vermont, half of it is in Canada. Is that cool or what? Canadians come in what I call the back door, but they call the front door, and we come in the front door, which they call the back door. And we read books together. We've had this library for decades. And I was with we had a round table up in the Canadian border, Canadian-Vermont border. And the member of parliament from Stansfield, which is the town next to Newport, Madame Bibeau was with us. And when we were with some folks who ran businesses on the Vermont side and on the Canadian side, and some of whom had operations on both sides, most of these were family businesses. Some were very large, some were small. And it ranged from like farmers, and they on the Vermont side who got their a lot of their fertilizer from Canada, and that's true, by the way, all across the northern border. You know, so it can be Minnesota, it can be Idaho. So many of our farmers all along the Canadian-American border have cross relationships with Canada. They get their fertilizer. It's going to cost 25% more. And we all know how hard our farmers work. Nobody works harder. The margins of what they make is tiny, and you add a 25% tariff. I mean, these people are just, they don't know what's going to happen. And our maple syrup makers, back and forth, we get a lot of syrup from Canada and blend it and make it into products with Vermont syrup. Canada's the biggest producer of maples, the second best maple syrup in the world. Vermont is the biggest producer of the best maple syrup in the world, in the United States. But the equipment is largely made in, that our sugar makers use, is largely manufactured in Canada. 25% tariff on that. That's going to hammer the Vermont maple producers. Again, they operate on a small margin. And you know, a lot of these farms, as you know, and the sugar producers, or we've got a family company up there, second generation, that makes high quality furniture. These are family businesses, and they have tight margins. They're competing. They're really working hard. The Northeast Kingdom is really a pretty low income part of Vermont, with wonderful, incredibly hardworking people who are very proud of where they live and who they are and who their neighbors are. They're asking really tough questions about how they can make it and whether they can stay in business. And this is not the same as immigration, but there's an element here that is the same as immigration. Shouldn't any policy that we pursue start with the premise that will do no harm? So, you know, Madam President, it might be a policy you're advocating, and I know when you served in your previous job, you'd be wanting to make certain that what you did no harm. In fact, you'd be insisting that it did some good. And my question with the tariffs is whether the administration is starting out from the premise that I think all of us should start with. Yeah, we may have an idea. We hope it might work. But we got to make sure it does no harm.
So
And
I'm sorry, I was going to answer that question, but
yeah, go ahead.
did the senator finish his question?
Yeah, well, that's a long question, and I'm waiting for a long answer.
Okay. I want to first start by saying that the senator has a reputation around this place, that there's a deep, penetrating goodness that's in you. I love to watch my Senate colleagues when the other people are not. It's a habit of mine because I think what you do when no one is watching is really telling. There's a belief I have that someone who is nice to you but not nice to the waiter is not a nice person. And we have a body full of people that show some deep, decent goodness. You are one of those people. And what I love about watching you is that it could be the farthest ideological person away from you, and you just have this, like, you look at people like you see their divinity. Whether it's a person at the highest position, a leader of the Senate on either side, or someone who holds the door. What I love about you is when I watch you, you're one of the senators. Some people just keep to their side of the aisle. I always look up and I find you over there talking to somebody. And I just rely on that decency in you as a friend. And I've come to love you like a brother. And I want to thank you for being here before your alarm in the morning goes off. It really touches me. And I don't know if you remember this, but about 12 hours ago, you sat right here and you embraced me in a hug. And I leaned on that hug because I wasn't sure that I would even make it 12 hours. I take strength from you, my friend. And I take strength from you to hold to my kindness, to look for it everywhere. This is a story I don't think I've ever shared with you, but it speaks to how we get things done and how we should get things done. But when I first got to the United States Senate, my mentor, Bill Bradley, gave me 3 real lessons for me to learn. I think I've obeyed 2 out of the 3. One was to know the rules of procedure really well. That's the one I've probably failed. I'm still learning things 13 years into this about the rules of procedure. The second one was become a specialist in some areas. Don't be a mile wide and an inch deep. And I feel like I've done a pretty good job on that. But the one that he called me that was most fruitful, I've already mentioned one of the benefits I had in doing this with John McCain earlier in this 12 hours. But he commanded me to go and meet with all your Republican colleagues, take them out to dinner, sit with them for lunch, whoever they are. I went out to dinner with Ted Cruz. It was hard to find a restaurant because I'm a vegan and Ted Cruz is from Texas. But I still remember that we went out and how people were sort of shocked just to see two human beings breaking bread. But the story I want to tell my friend about is when I went to see Jim Inhofe, Republican from the same state as Langford. And I couldn't get him to meet with me. Couldn't get on his schedule. And I found out that he had Bible study in his hideaway. And so I go up to his hideaway for Bible study. Thune was there. And we all have implicit biases. We all have implicit biases. My implicit bias was that I did not expect this older, conservative man that I would walk in and see on his mantle this beautiful picture centered of him hugging a little black girl. I'm embarrassed by that it so surprised me. And I, especially in those days, I didn't talk to them like the senior giants in the Senate. I didn't call them by their first names. I still have a problem calling Senator Durbin by his first name, for example. He is a lion of the Senate, in my opinion, and one of the kindest people to me since I've been here. But so I go to him, I go to Jim Inhofe, I go, "Mr. Chairman, sir?" And I look at the picture and I go, "Who dat?" And he smiles and chuckles. And then he tells me the most beautiful story of his family adopting this little black girl out of some of the most terrible circumstances. And I was so moved. And thinking about my friend Bill Bradley, I would have never known this incredibly beautiful thing about somebody who ideologically we disagreed on so many things, but knowing this personal moment, it created this thread between us. Not a rope, not a cord, but a thread that connected me to him and had created a deeper affection. So fast forward many months in this body, and there's a big education bill, which Chris Murphy referenced earlier. A big education bill was going through the Senate because No Child Left Behind, we were going back the other way. And Senator Durbin has told me about this. Pendulum sometimes swings and swings back in this place. And it was a deal. Lamar Alexander was in the well of the Senate. He was the manager of the bill, and there was no amendments allowed. No amendments allowed. And of course, I'm sitting back here. This is where I sat. And you talk about egos. My ego think I had this great amendment, and I was frustrated that they were having this rule, no amendments. But I got a great amendment to do something about homeless and foster children that have the worst educational outcomes. And I thought I had a modest amendment to try to make a difference for American children that are in foster care or that were homeless. And I'm frustrated. I'm sitting back here, something that I dream of doing again one day, sitting, and just kind of upset. And then I see walking through those doors Senator Jim Inhofe, and he walks to the well, kind of talking. And I remember the story he told me about this little black girl and his family. And something tells me to get up, and I walk into the well, down these steps, and I say to him, "Mr. Chairman, sir, I know how much you care for children in tough circumstances. I have an amendment." And I explained my amendment to him, and he looked at me and he gave me the Senate version of no, which is, "I'll think about it." And I got frustrated and I said, "Thank you, sir, for considering it." And I walked back and I sat down right here. And then when I picked my head up, he's marching into our side like you do on the other side, like his GPS coordinates were off, marches up to me and just sort of grunts at me, "I'm in." And then turns around, starts walking away from me. And I step up, I go, "Wait, excuse me, what do you mean?" He goes, "Cory, I'm going to co-sponsor your amendment." And I was so happy. And now I go over to Senator Grassley. You say the same thing to him, a relationship that, thanks to Dick Durbin, I really bonded. I have this sweet relationship with him, even though, again, we disagree on so much. And he doesn't even make me wait. He looks at me and he goes, "You got Inhofe?" And he signs on my. By the time I go to Lamar Alexander, I look at him and I'm like, I got a full house. I'm sorry, I got no other Democrats, but I got all these Republicans. And he looks at me and he laughs and he goes, really? And he puts the amendment on the bill. It's the law of the land now. And so what you said in the beginning of your long wind-up question, my dear friend, my dear brother, is how real change is made. That man, Dick Durbin, when I first got to the Senate, he knew how much I cared about criminal justice reform. He brought me to the table. I started working. As I presided, I started working in conversations with Mike Lee and conversations with Chuck Grassley. We cobbled together a bill. It wasn't done by executive fiat. It was done in the Senate. 87 votes. It's the law of the land. Thousands have been liberated from unjust incarceration. And so my point to the senator is his spirit is so right, is so true about what it takes to make real change. But the president we have right now doesn't seem to be coming to this body with any kind of bold bipartisan legislation to solve the problems of our nation, to cobble together the common ground of this country on immigration. No, he is not acting like that. He is using language like presidential primacy. He's defending his corrupt practices in immigration by saying things like presidential primacy. He's invoking the Alien Enemies Act. He's evoking the Alien Enemies Act, an act from the 1700s to deny due process, which Anton Scalia, a textualist, says that whether you're born in this country or not, you have due process here. The Constitution states only one thing twice. Both the 5th and the 14th Amendments say that no one, not no citizen, no one shall be deprived of liberty or property without due process of law. And yet this president is disappearing people. And as we documented here, disappearing the wrong people. As we documented here, detaining unjustly Americans, separating families, all while pushing his agenda and doing things that the values of people on both sides of this aisle don't believe in, like stopping the investigation of children for alleged sexual molestation. This is wrong. And I sat down with some of the advocates who were telling me and who were trying to fight to stop the law from being broken, and they scared me, Dick Durbin. Because they said what I said on this floor: if someone is willing to violate the Constitution for some, it endangers the constitutional rights for us all. Do not think this is, oh, those people. If they are violating rights of some, it is a threat to the rights of all. I am standing here because of a national crisis that is growing. We talked about Social Security. We talked about health care. We talked about education. This is a crisis for us. And this is what the person said. They talked about the Insurrection Act. They've been hearing people in the administration talk about the Insurrection Act. Every person in this Congress and across the country wants a safe and secure boarding, but scapegoating immigrants to erode basic constitutional freedoms does not make America safer, does not make our community safer, does not reform our immigration system like we should be doing in a bipartisan manner like Lankford and Murphy. It does not stand our long-standing problems from our agricultural industry to our tech industry. History has shown that when due process and basic constitutional rights are eroded for some people, it does not stop. It continues to erode. The shoreline that kept you safe will shrink until it reaches you. I am reminded of German pastor Martin Niemöller's quote. about fascism in Germany. They came for the socialists, and I did not speak up because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me. And no one was left to speak. Well, everything that has happened in the last few months contradicts American values, shared values. I am most concerned about what this signals for the future and the potential invocation of this president of the Insurrection Act. Some of our country's most prominent lawyers have warned that the invocation of these two antiquated laws, the Alien Enemies Act and the Insurrection Act, may result in the true erosion of our constitutional rights. Trump's recent invocation of the Alien Enemies Act is the first step disappearing people without due process, as Justice Scalia says is wrong. And then on the first day in office, Trump directed the Secretaries of Defense and Homeland Secretary, the Secretary of Defense and the Secretaries of Homeland Security, Trump directed them to initiate a 90-day review to determine whether the president should invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807. That 90-day review, when do those 90 days come up, folks? This month, in 19 days, April 20th. The President of the United States, who's already invoked a 1780-something law, also asked his immigration folks, his Homeland Security folks, to do a 90-day review about the Insurrection Act of 1807. Now, there's people probably watching and say, what is the Insurrection Act? I bet a lot of folks, I had to look up what the Alien Enemies Act was. So let me tell folks what the Insurrection Act that our president, on his first day in office, of all the things a president has to do, he turned to the Secretaries of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security to initiate a 90-day review of the Insurrection Act. America, what is the Insurrection Act of 1807? It's among the president's most powerful authorities that he can deploy the U.S. armed forces and militia during a national emergency. He can declare a national emergency. This president has already wrongfully declared a national emergencies. He declared a national emergency on energy. Senator Kaine talked about the outrageousness of somebody declaring a national emergency on energy when we were at the highest level of petrochemical extraction in our country's history. And until he started rolling back what we were doing on wind and solar, we had an all-of-the-above strategy. Nobody drilled more than Joe Biden. The Insurrection Act gives the ability of the president to declare a national emergency to suppress insurrections, to quell civil unrest or domestic violence, and enforce the law when he believes it's being instructed. When can the president invoke the Insurrection Act? Well, nothing in the text of the law defines insurrection, rebellion, or domestic violence. Those are the prerequisites for deployment, but they don't define those things. One of Trump's first executive orders, signed the evening he took office on January 20th, was titled, Declaring a National Emergency at the Southern Border of the United States. In that order, he said American sovereignty is under attack. He has already declared a national emergency. Neither Congress nor the courts played a role in deciding what constitutes an obstruction or a rebellion. If Trump does unlawfully invoke the Insurrection Act, he can conceivably use our military to carry out his deportation agenda within our country's borders. All while any due process or opportunity to prove that their presence in the U.S. is lawful, or even that they are a citizen. Trump himself said he wants to deport American citizens to foreign countries. Trump himself has said, I want to deport American citizens to foreign countries. On February 4th, he said, and I quote, "I'm just saying, if we had a legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't know if we do or not. We're looking at it right now." This is what he has asked his Secretary of Defense and his Secretary of Homeland Security to say. Can I invoke the Insurrection Act? So don't be mistaken. This is not just about immigrants. This is not just denying immigrants the due process that Anton Scalia said that immigrants have a right to, so you don't disappear the wrong people like the Trump administration has done. That you don't wildly disagree with what a citizen is saying and use that as a pretext to disappear them. He is creating the pretext to invoke that 1807 law, the Insurrection Act. And if he does that when they came for the immigrants and denied them due process, he is trying to get us to surrender our commitment to the constitutional guarantees that Americans have. He has said he would deport Americans if he could. When the president denies due process to some in America, it threatens the due process of all. Let's see what happens on April 20th. If this president, who's already invoked the Alien Enemies Act, follows through and invokes the Insurrection Act. But why wait till April 20th? Raise your voice now, stand up now, do something now, cause some good trouble now. Let this president know that if he does ever do that, there will be a rising up of people's voices, a rising up of good trouble, as John Lewis would say, to say, not in my country, this is unacceptable.
Will the senator yield for a question?
To Senator Dick Durbin, somebody who's been my mentor and friend, I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. I first want to acknowledge this extraordinary moment in the history of the Senate. I believe you have been holding the floor now for more than 10 hours, and perhaps we'll go on it even longer. And you've been joined by your colleague and friend, Senator Murphy of Connecticut. And I'm sorry to take the early morning shift, but I didn't want to miss this moment in history, not just for the historic nature of it, but for the substance of it as well. I just remind my colleague and fellow member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, it was only 3, maybe 4 weeks ago that we had witnesses before the Judiciary Committee. And I asked a question, and one of them is pending on the calendar, the executive calendar on the floor. His name is Dean Sauer of Missouri, and he's seeking the position of Solicitor General of the United States. Along with him was the lady aspiring to be the Assistant Deputy Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon, and Aaron Wrights, who has been approved by the Senate for a legal policy position. And the questioning went to the basics of our Constitution, which you have noted here today. And that is, what is the check and balance on a president? What is the accountability of a president under the Constitution? As I read it, and I don't profess to be expert, I'm still learning. As I read it, the accountability of the president is in Article 2, and Article 3, Article 3, the judiciary. Ultimately, the president can be held accountable by impeachment in Congress or by decision of court that some of the orders that he is promulgating are inconsistent with law and the Constitution. And the question that was asked of the witnesses who are seeking positions in the Department of Justice, can a public official defy a court order? It seems so fundamental and basic. The answer is no, of course, but these 3 witnesses all equivocated in their own ways, which raises a question: if this president is not